Have you ever felt like you're running in place with your English? You study, you practice, but you're just stuck. That intermediate plateau feels like a haunted forest where your progress goes to die. I lived in that forest for 2 years. I could order coffee, discuss the weather, even have a simple conversation. But fluent? Confident? Able to express my real personality? Not a chance. I was a solid B1, trapped and frustrated. Then, I discovered the shift. The single mindset change that catapulted me from the B1 plateau to the soaring heights of C2 proficiency. This isn't just about studying harder, it's about studying smarter. This journey is what transformed me from someone who knew English to someone who lives in English. My name is your name, and welcome to the Daily English Practice Podcast. In this special advanced series, I'm going to be your guide, showing you exactly how to navigate the path from B1 to C2. This is not a magic pill, it's a map. And it starts right here, right now, with a promise: if you follow the principles we discuss, you will break through that plateau. First, let's dismantle a major myth. Reaching C2 is not about learning thousands of more grammar rules. In fact, by B1, you already know most of the grammar you'll ever need. The difference is in the application, the nuance, the texture of the language. It's the difference between saying, "the weather is nice," and saying, "there's a gentle breeze that makes the sunlight feel just perfect." The journey from B1 to C2 is a journey from simplicity to sophistication, from textbook answers to authentic expression. So, what is the foundational shift? You must stop being a student and start being a user. A student learns English to pass tests. A user uses English to get information, to connect with people, to understand the world. Your goal is to make English a tool for living, not just a subject for studying. This means we are going to rebuild your entire approach around 3 core pillars: input, output, and mindset. Today, we lay the groundwork. We will redefine what fluency means and set your compass for the journey ahead. Get ready to leave the haunted forest behind. But what does it truly mean to stop being a student and start being a user? It's a subtle but profound change in intention. As a student, I used to open my textbook with a sigh, thinking, I have to learn the second conditional today. My goal was to complete a unit, to check a box. As a user, I wake up and I open a news app from the BBC, not because I have to, but because I genuinely want to know what's happening in the world. I listen to a podcast about astrophysics not to study phrasal verbs, but because I'm fascinated by the topic. The English is the vehicle, not the destination. This shift in motivation is everything. It transforms practice from a chore into a natural, even enjoyable, part of your day. Let me give you a concrete example from my own journey. When I was stuck at B1, my listening practice consisted of textbook dialogues about people buying train tickets. It was boring, and my brain would switch off. When I made the shift, I forced myself to listen to a full episode of a science podcast I loved, even if I only understood 40% of it. It was hard. It was frustrating. But I was so interested in the content that I persisted. I listened to the same episode 3 times. And by the 3rd time, my brain wasn't just hearing words, it was grasping meaning. I was learning English because I was learning about the universe. That's the secret sauce, curiosity. This leads us directly to the first of our 3 pillars, input. Input is the fuel for your English engine. It's everything you take in through listening and reading. At the B1 level, your input is probably too controlled, too simple. To reach C2, you must immerse yourself in authentic, complex, and varied materials. We're talking about novels, newspapers, academic journals, documentaries, and conversations between native speakers. The key principle for effective input is what linguist Stephen Krashen calls comprehensible input plus one. You need to be challenging yourself with material that is just slightly above your current level. It should be difficult enough to learn new things, but not so difficult that you give up. So, your first actionable task is to conduct an input audit. For the next 24 hours, I want you to write down every single piece of English you consume. Is it the same beginner-level podcast? Is it the subtitled Hollywood movie where you're mostly reading? Be brutally honest. Then, I want you to find one source of input that genuinely interests you but is a stretch. It could be a novel by an author you've always wanted to read, a YouTube channel about a complex hobby, or a documentary without subtitles. Your mission is to engage with it for 15 minutes today. Don't worry about understanding every word. Focus on the main ideas. This is the first step out of the plateau and into the world of advanced English. Now that you've conducted your input audit, you might be staring at your list and feeling a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps you realize that most of your English consumption is passive, like background music, or too easy, like children's stories. That's perfectly normal. Recognizing this is the first step toward meaningful change. The next step is to strategically upgrade your input sources. Remember, we're aiming for comprehensible input plus one, material that challenges you but remains engaging. Let me share how I transformed my own input diet. I started by categorizing my input into 3 tiers: comfort, stretch, and reach. Comfort input was material I could understand almost perfectly, like a familiar podcast or a book I'd read before. Stretch input was where the magic happened, content where I understood about 70 to 80%, forcing me to infer meaning from context. For me, this was switching from simple news articles to long-form essays in magazines like The Economist. Reach input was the really tough stuff, like academic lectures or dense literary fiction, where I might only grasp 50% initially. I made sure to balance my week with mostly stretch input, sprinkled with comfort for relaxation and reach for ambitious growth. One of the most powerful techniques I adopted was active listening and reading. Passive consumption won't cut it at this level. When I listened to a podcast, I stopped multitasking. I kept a notebook handy and jotted down new phrases, interesting sentence structures, or even just words that sounded evocative. I didn't just write them down, I paused the audio and tried to use them immediately in a sentence of my own. This bridges the gap between input and output even before we officially get to that pillar. Similarly, with reading, I moved beyond just understanding the plot. I started analyzing the author's style. Why did they use this specific verb? How did they construct this complex sentence to build suspense? This meta-awareness of language is a hallmark of C2 proficiency. Another game changer was embracing repetition with variety. I used to think that listening to something once was enough. But at an advanced level, repetition is key to moving vocabulary from your passive memory to your active repertoire. I would take a short, dense segment of a podcast, maybe just 2 minutes, and listen to it 3 or 4 times over a few days. The first time for general meaning, the second for specific vocabulary, the third for pronunciation and rhythm. Then, I would seek out other materials on the same topic to see the same vocabulary used in different contexts. This reinforced learning naturally and effectively. Your task now is to build your personalized input pipeline. Based on your audit, identify 1 or 2 stretch-level sources. Commit to engaging with them actively for at least 20 minutes each day. Don't just consume, interact. Ask yourself questions about the content and the language. This deliberate practice is what will accelerate your progress from B1, where you understand the basics, towards C2, where you appreciate the nuance and artistry of the language. But building a sophisticated input pipeline is only half the battle. You can listen to hours of eloquent speakers and read volumes of profound literature, but if you never activate that knowledge, it remains locked away in a passive vault. This is where most learners hit a wall. They become excellent understanders but poor expressors. The transition from B1 to C2 demands that we bridge this gap, and that brings us to the second pillar, output. Output is the courageous act of taking all that rich input and using it to build your own voice in English. Think of it like learning to cook. You can watch all the cooking shows in the world, read every recipe book, and know the theory of sauces inside and out. But until you step into the kitchen, turn on the stove, and risk burning a few onions, you'll never truly become a chef. Output is your kitchen. It's where you experiment, make mistakes, and eventually create something uniquely yours. At B1, your output might be functional but hesitant. At C2, it should be fluid, precise, and adaptable. The goal is to move from rehearsed sentences to spontaneous, authentic expression. The biggest obstacle to output is, without a doubt, the fear of making mistakes. I was terrified of sounding foolish, of being judged. This fear kept me silent in conversations where I could have contributed. I realized I had to reframe my perspective. Mistakes are not failures, they are data points. Every error is a precious piece of information telling you exactly what you need to work on. Embracing this was liberating. I started to see mistakes as stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. So, how do we practice output effectively? We need to create low-pressure, high-opportunity environments. First, speaking. If you don't have a conversation partner, talk to yourself. I know it sounds silly, but it's incredibly powerful. Narrate your day in English as you cook or commute. Explain a complex concept from your job or hobby out loud, as if you were teaching it to someone. The goal is to practice forming thoughts quickly and coherently without the pressure of a listener. Then, graduate to recording yourself. Use your phone to record a 1-minute monologue on a random topic. Listen back critically but kindly. Where did you hesitate? What word did you struggle to find? This self-feedback is invaluable. Writing is equally important. At an advanced level, writing forces precision. Start a journal, but not just a what I did today diary. Challenge yourself to write mini essays. Summarize an article you read, argue for or against a point of view, or describe a complex process. The key is to write without a dictionary first. Let the words flow, even if they're simple. Then, go back and upgrade your language. Replace basic vocabulary with more advanced synonyms you've gathered from your input. Analyze your sentence structures. Are they all short and simple? Can you combine some into a more complex, elegant sentence? This process of drafting and revising is where real growth happens. Your task for this pillar is to commit to daily output. For the next week, I want you to record one 60-second spoken monologue every day and write one 150-word paragraph. The topic doesn't matter, consistency does. This regular practice will build the muscle memory and confidence you need to thrive in real-world interactions. Now that we've established the importance of daily output, let's delve deeper into the qualities that separate B1 output from C2 output. It's not just about speaking more or writing longer texts, it's about speaking and writing with greater skill. At the B1 level, communication is often direct and literal. You state facts and simple opinions. At the C2 level, your communication becomes nuanced, persuasive, and culturally aware. You learn to wield the language like a fine tool, not a blunt instrument. One of the most significant jumps is learning the art of paraphrase. A B1 learner, when they don't know the word sustainable, might get stuck and say, "I can't find the word." A C2 user will effortlessly paraphrase. It's a way of living that doesn't use up all the resources for the future. This skill is paramount. It's the difference between communication breaking down and communication flowing seamlessly. Practice this deliberately. Take a complex idea from your field and try to explain it in 3 different ways, using simpler vocabulary each time. This forces flexibility and deep understanding. Another key area is functional language. This is the glue of advanced conversation. It's the phrases we use to manage interactions, to politely interrupt, to express hesitation diplomatically, to emphasize a point, or to soften a criticism. Instead of saying a blunt "you're wrong," a C2 speaker might say, "I see your point, but have you considered looking at it from this angle?" Start collecting these phrases from your advanced input. Listen for how native speakers agree, disagree, speculate, and manage conversations. Create a dedicated section in your notebook for conversation management and add to it every day. Furthermore, C2 proficiency requires you to master register. This means understanding the difference between formal, neutral, and informal language and knowing when to use each. The way you write an email to a professor should be drastically different from the way you text a friend. A great exercise is to take a neutral sentence and rewrite it for different contexts. For example, take "We need to talk about the problem." How would you say this in a formal business meeting? "I believe we need to address the current challenge." How would you say it casually to a friend? "Hey, we should probably figure out this issue." This awareness of social context is a hallmark of true fluency. Your output practice must now incorporate these layers. When you record your daily monologue, don't just talk. Set a challenge. Can I include 2 sophisticated phrases I learned this week? Can I paraphrase a key concept without using the most obvious word? When you write your paragraph, try writing it in 2 different registers. This intentional, layered practice is what will transform your functional English into elegant, powerful, and adaptable English. The third pillar, and in many ways the most important, is mindset. You can have the perfect input plan and a rigorous output routine, but if your mindset is working against you, progress will feel like pushing a boulder uphill. I learned this the hard way. For years, my mindset was my biggest enemy. I was obsessed with perfection. Every sentence I spoke was pre-screened in my mind for errors. Every conversation was a test I was afraid to fail. This constant self-monitoring created a wall of anxiety that blocked true fluency. The shift from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset is your most powerful tool. A fixed mindset believes that intelligence and language ability are static. You're either good at languages or you're not. This leads to avoiding challenges for fear of proving you're not smart enough. A growth mindset, a term pioneered by psychologist Carol Dweck, believes that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. Challenges are not threats, they are opportunities to grow. This simple belief change transforms your entire journey. Every mistake becomes a lesson, not a verdict. Let's tackle two specific mindset monsters that haunt advanced learners: imposter syndrome and the comparison trap. Imposter syndrome is that nagging feeling that you're not really as good as you seem, that sooner or later someone will discover you're a fraud. You might have a great conversation in English, but instead of feeling proud, you think, "I just got lucky," or "they were just being nice." The comparison trap is when you constantly measure your skills against others, especially fluent speakers or native speakers, and always find yourself lacking. You listen to a politician give an eloquent speech and think, "I'll never sound like that." To defeat these monsters, you must reframe your goals. Stop comparing your Chapter 1 to someone else's Chapter 20. Your goal is not to sound like a native speaker, your goal is to sound like the most articulate, powerful version of yourself in English. Your accent is part of your story. Your unique perspective is your strength. Furthermore, embrace the concept of progress over perfection. Instead of aiming for a flawless sentence, aim for a communicated idea. Did the person understand you? Then it was a success. The grammar can be refined later. Your mindset task is to start a growth journal. Every day, alongside your language practice, write down one challenge you faced and what it taught you. For example, challenge: I couldn't remember the word streamline during a meeting. Lesson: I successfully paraphrased by saying make the process more efficient. This proves my communication skills are strong even when a specific word fails me. This practice actively trains your brain to see evidence of growth everywhere, building unshakable confidence from the inside out. Now, let's put these three pillars together into a practical, daily system. The biggest question I receive is, what does a daily practice routine actually look like at this level? It's not about studying for 8 hours a day. It's about consistency, quality, and intentionality. A sustainable advanced routine is a blend of focused practice and integrated living. I call it the 60-minute fluency framework, and it's designed to be adapted to your life. The framework is divided into two parts: focused practice and organic integration. Focused practice is your dedicated, undistracted language time. This should be 30 minutes of your day. Organic integration is about weaving English into the fabric of your existing life, turning dead time like commutes or chores into productive practice. This makes up the other 30 minutes. Let's break down the 30 minutes of focused practice. I recommend a 15-10-5 split. The first 15 minutes are for advanced input analysis. This isn't just reading or listening, it's dissecting. Take one paragraph from a high-quality article or a short clip from a documentary. Go through it with a fine-toothed comb. Identify the author's point of view, the persuasive techniques, the complex sentence structures, and the precise vocabulary. Ask yourself, why this word? Why this structure? This meta-analysis trains you to think like a C2 user. The next 10 minutes are for deliberate output practice. This is where you apply what you just analyzed. Using the vocabulary and structures from your input analysis, write a few sentences or a short paragraph expressing your own opinion on the topic. Or, record a short voice memo doing the same. The key is immediate application. forging a neural pathway between the new language you encountered and your own voice. The final 5 minutes are for pronunciation and musicality. Pick one sentence from your input material and shadow it. Listen to a short segment and try to replicate the speaker's rhythm, stress, and intonation as precisely as possible. This isn't about losing your accent, it's about gaining the clear, natural rhythm that makes advanced speech easy to understand. These 30 minutes are intense, but incredibly effective. Your task is to design your first week using this framework. Don't aim for perfection. Aim for consistency. Choose your input materials for the week now, so you don't waste time deciding later. Tomorrow, we will dive into the second half, organic integration, which is how you can learn without even trying. The second half of our 60-minute fluency framework is where the magic truly happens, organic integration. This is the art of turning your everyday life into a continuous, low-effort learning opportunity. Remember, reaching C2 isn't just about what you do during your study time, it's about how you live your life in English. Organic integration is about making English the background music to your day, so you learn without feeling like you're studying. It accounts for the other 30 minutes in our framework, but it's so seamless it often feels like no time at all. So, what does organic integration look like in practice? It's about hijacking your existing habits and injecting a dose of English. Let's start with your commute. Instead of listening to music in your native language or scrolling silently, you are now curating a playlist of English podcasts or audiobooks. But here's the key: variety is crucial. Don't just stick to one topic. Listen to a history podcast one day, a tech news roundup the next, and a true crime story after that. This exposes you to a wide range of vocabulary, accents, and discourse styles, which is essential for C2 adaptability. You aren't taking notes, you're just absorbing the rhythm and flow of the language passively. Next, let's talk about your environment. Change the language settings on your phone, your computer, and your social media apps to English. This forces you to interact with technical and informal language daily. You'll learn the words for settings, notifications, and privacy policy through necessity. It's a small change, but over weeks and months, it builds a foundational layer of practical vocabulary. Similarly, when you search for something online, make a habit of searching in English first. Whether you're looking for a recipe, a movie review, or instructions on how to fix a leaky faucet, you'll be reading authentic, functional text. This is real-world comprehension practice. Another powerful technique is to cultivate an internal monologue in English. This might feel strange at first, but it's a game changer for fluency. As you go about your day, try to describe your actions and thoughts in English inside your head. I'm walking to the kitchen to make coffee. I hope this meeting goes well later. I need to remember to send that email. This practice builds mental agility. It trains your brain to form thoughts directly in English, bypassing the translation step that often slows down B1 and B2 learners. When you can think in English, speaking becomes exponentially easier. Your task for organic integration is to choose 2 of these strategies to implement immediately. Start tomorrow. Maybe it's switching your phone language and dedicating your commute to an English podcast. The goal is to make English a natural part of your environment, not an added task. This consistent, low-intensity exposure complements your focus practice perfectly, creating a powerful synergy that accelerates your journey to C2. In our next session, we'll tackle the specific challenges of advanced vocabulary acquisition. The single biggest leap in my vocabulary acquisition happened when I stopped collecting words and started collecting phrases. At the B1 level, we tend to learn vocabulary in isolation. We have lists of nouns, verbs, and adjectives. But at the C2 level, the real power lies in mastering collocations, words that naturally go together. Think about it. We don't make a party, we throw a party. We don't have a fast meal, we have a quick meal. This is the texture of the language that separates competent speakers from eloquent ones. My old method was inefficient. I would learn the word commitment and try to use it. My sentence might be grammatically correct, but it would sound slightly off. Then I heard a native speaker say, "She has a deep commitment to her work." That was the key. It wasn't just commitment, it was a deep commitment. I started a new section in my notebook dedicated not to single words, but to these lexical chunks. I grouped them by topic. Under work, I had phrases like meet a deadline, heavy workload, climb the corporate ladder, and foster innovation. This approach is revolutionary because when you learn a chunk, you are learning grammar, vocabulary, and usage all at once. Let's contrast B1 and C2 approaches to a single concept. A B1 learner wants to express that something is important. They might use the adjective important repeatedly. A C2 user has a palette of phrases to choose from, each with a subtle shade of meaning. They might say, "It is of paramount importance," for a formal context. Or, "It's a high-priority issue," in a business meeting. In a conversation, they might say, "It's a big deal," or "It carries a lot of weight." Notice how these are all pre-built phrases. You don't construct them word by word in the moment, you retrieve them as a single unit from your memory. This is what makes speech fluent and natural. Your strategy for vocabulary must therefore shift from breadth to depth. Instead of trying to learn 10 new random words every day, focus on 3 or 4 high-value words. But don't stop at the definition. Dive deep. Use a learner's dictionary like the Cambridge Dictionary Online, which provides excellent example sentences and, crucially, lists common collocations. For the word evidence, don't just note that it means proof. Note that you gather evidence, find evidence, present compelling evidence, and that evidence can be conclusive or circumstantial. This is how you build a sophisticated lexicon. Your task is to begin your own lexical chunk notebook. Today, take one topic you frequently discuss, perhaps your job or a hobby, and find 5 advanced collocations related to it. Read an article on the topic and underline the phrases, not just the words. Your goal is to become a collector of natural-sounding language, building a repository of phrases that you can deploy with confidence and precision. But mastering vocabulary is only one piece of the puzzle. To truly sound advanced, you must command the grammar of nuance. This goes far beyond correct verb tenses. At the C2 level, grammar becomes a tool for expressing subtlety, emphasis, and your personal relationship to what you're saying. It's the difference between stating a fact and weaving a narrative. Today, we're moving beyond textbook grammar into the realm of stylistic mastery. Let's start with a simple concept, inversion. You already know the standard sentence structure, subject, verb, object. But listen to this sentence. Not only did she complete the project ahead of schedule, but she also exceeded all expectations. This is inversion. By placing not only first, we invert the typical order and use a structure like did she complete. This isn't a grammar rule you learn for a test, it's a rhetorical device you use for impact. It adds drama and sophistication to your speech. A B1 speaker might say, "She completed the project early and she did very good work." A C2 speaker uses inversion to create a more powerful, memorable statement. Another powerful tool is the use of participle clauses to create complex, flowing sentences. Instead of saying two simple sentences, "I finished my work," "I decided to go for a walk," a C2 user would combine them, "Having finished my work, I decided to go for a walk." Or, "Exhausted by the long day, I collapsed on the sofa." These structures allow you to show the relationship between ideas, cause and effect, time sequence, in a more elegant and economical way. They make your English sound fluid and natural, rather than choppy and simplistic. Then there is the subtle art of modal verbs for speculation and deduction. At B1, you use might for possibility. At C2, you have a full palette. "She must have forgotten" shows strong certainty. "She can't have forgotten" shows strong disbelief. "She may well have forgotten" expresses a balanced probability. "She is bound to have forgotten" indicates an expectation. Using these modals correctly allows you to express not just what you think, but how sure you are about it, which is a key aspect of sophisticated communication in both social and professional settings. Your grammar practice now must evolve. Stop doing gap fill exercises. Instead, take a well-written sentence from an article you admire and manipulate it. Change the inversion. Turn a compound sentence into a complex one using a participle clause. Practice rewriting your own ideas using these advanced structures. The goal is flexibility. You want to have multiple ways to express the same thought, so you can choose the most effective one for the context. This is how you move from being grammatically correct to being grammatically eloquent. In our next session, we will tackle the final frontier, understanding humor, irony, and cultural references. Mastering grammar and vocabulary is like having a powerful engine and a sleek chassis, but cultural fluency is the driver that knows how to navigate the winding roads of real conversation. This is the final frontier in the journey from B1 to C2, understanding not just what words mean, but what people mean when they use them. We're moving into the realm of implied meaning, humor, sarcasm, and cultural references. This is where language truly comes alive. At the B1 level, communication is largely transactional and literal. You understand the words spoken. But at the C2 level, you are listening for subtext. You can detect irony. You can understand a subtle joke. You can recognize when someone is being polite rather than genuinely enthusiastic. This skill is developed not through textbooks, but through massive exposure to authentic, unscripted communication. The biggest mistake I made was avoiding comedy shows and sitcoms because I found them too fast and confusing. They were, in fact, my greatest teachers. Let's take sarcasm as an example. A friend might look out at a torrential downpour and say, "Lovely weather we're having." A B1 learner might be confused, thinking, "But the weather is terrible." A C2 user immediately understands the ironic contrast between the literal meaning of the words "lovely weather" and the obvious reality. This understanding comes from context and tone of voice. The words themselves are a clue, but the meaning is layered. To develop this, you must immerse yourself in media where this layered communication is common. Humor is another critical area. Jokes often rely on puns, cultural knowledge, or unexpected twists. I started by watching British panel shows like Would I Lie to You? And American sitcoms like Friends with a new strategy. I wouldn't just watch for the plot. When the audience laughed at a line I didn't understand, I would pause and ask myself, why was that funny? Was it a play on words? A reference to a famous person or event? Was it the delivery? Often, I had to look up explanations online. This detective work, while time-consuming, taught me more about the living, breathing culture of English than any grammar book ever could. Your task for developing cultural fluency is to engage with deliberately challenging media. Find a comedy podcast, a satirical news show like The Daily Show, or a drama with sharp, witty dialogue. Watch short clips first, not full episodes. Listen to the rhythm of the conversation. Pay attention to when people laugh. Don't get discouraged if you miss the joke. See it as a puzzle. Over time, your brain will start to recognize the patterns of humor and irony, and you'll find yourself not just understanding the language, but understanding the people behind it. This connection is the ultimate goal of C2 proficiency. You can have the perfect plan, the most disciplined routine, and an unwavering growth mindset, and yet, you will still hit plateaus. This is the unglamorous truth about the journey to C2. The initial burst of progress from B1 to B2 feels exhilarating. You're learning so much, so quickly. But the path from B2 to C2 is a marathon, not a sprint. There will be long stretches where it feels like you're walking on a flat, featureless plain, seeing no visible progress ahead. This is the point where most people give up. But I'm here to tell you that this plateau is not a sign of failure, it's a sign of consolidation. Your brain is internalizing the vast amount of information you've been feeding it. The progress is happening underground, like roots spreading deep before a tree grows taller. I remember my own long plateau at a strong B2 level. I could handle most situations fluently, but I couldn't articulate complex arguments with elegance. I felt stuck. The excitement had faded. What pulled me through was a shift in focus from long-term goals to micro-habits and micro-wins. Instead of focusing on the distant, intimidating peak of C2, I started focusing on the next step. My goal was no longer become fluent. It became use one new collocation correctly in a conversation today or successfully understand a joke in a sitcom without subtitles. I also introduced a system of deliberate reflection. At the end of each month, I would listen to a recording of myself speaking from 3 months prior. This was crucial. When you're in the middle of a plateau, you don't feel like you're improving. But when I listened to that old recording, the progress was undeniable. My speech was smoother, my vocabulary more precise, my hesitations fewer. This objective evidence was the fuel I needed to keep going. It proved that the daily practice was accumulating, even when I couldn't feel it. Another strategy is to change your materials radically. If you've been reading business articles, switch to literary short stories. If you've been listening to podcasts, try watching a complex documentary series. Your brain gets comfortable with familiar input. By shocking your system with a completely different genre, accent, or format, you force it to wake up and adapt, creating new neural pathways and breaking the monotony that causes plateaus. Your task during a plateau is to trust the process and celebrate tiny victories. Keep your growth journal. Compare your recent work to your older work. And remember why you started this journey. Reconnect with your core motivation. Was it to read literature in its original language? To advance your career? To connect with people from other cultures? Revisiting your why will provide the emotional energy to continue when the motivational energy has run out. The plateau is not your enemy, it is a necessary part of the journey. The only way to fail is to stop walking. The final stretch towards C2 proficiency is not about learning more things, it's about refinement and synthesis. It's the process of moving from conscious competence, where you have to think about the rules, to unconscious competence, where the language flows from you instinctively. This is where you polish every facet of your English until it shines. Think of yourself as a master craftsman fine-tuning an intricate instrument. The broad strokes are complete, now we attend to the delicate details that create a masterpiece. This refinement happens across all three pillars. With input, you move beyond simply understanding the content to critically analyzing the style. You don't just read a political commentary, you analyze the rhetoric. How does the writer build their argument? What emotional language do they use to persuade? You listen to a great speaker and deconstruct their pacing, their use of pause for effect, their strategic repetition. You are no longer a passive consumer, you are an apprentice studying the techniques of the masters. With output, the refinement is about elegance and precision. It's about deleting unnecessary words. A B2 speaker might say, in my own personal opinion, I think that it's a very difficult situation. A C2 speaker streamlines this to, it's a profoundly difficult situation. This precision extends to pronunciation. You move beyond being understood to speaking with clarity and rhythm. You practice the subtle difference in the pronunciation of can and can't. You work on the natural flow of connected speech, where words blend together smoothly, not as separate, staccato units. This is also the stage where you actively seek out and eliminate your fossilized errors. These are the mistakes you've made for so long they feel right. Perhaps you consistently misuse a preposition or have a persistent grammar hiccup. The only way to fix these is through hyper-awareness and deliberate practice. Record yourself speaking and listen back ruthlessly. Identify your most common error. Then, for 1 week, make it your sole mission to correct that single issue in every sentence you form. This targeted effort is what erases the final traces of non-native patterning. Your mindset during this phase shifts from learner to user, and finally, to artist. You begin to play with the language, to enjoy its sounds and its possibilities. You experiment with synonyms to find the word with the perfect connotation. You rearrange sentences for better impact. You start to develop your own voice in English, a voice that reflects your personality, your intellect, and your unique perspective. This is the ultimate goal, not to sound like a native speaker, but to sound like the most powerful and articulate version of yourself. The journey is demanding, but the destination, the ability to express your true self without barriers, is absolutely worth every step. And so we arrive at the end of this roadmap, but truly, it is just the beginning. The path from B1 to C2 is not a linear race with a finish line where you receive a medal and stop. Reaching C2 is more like earning a master key. It unlocks a world of deeper connections, intellectual freedom, and professional opportunities that were previously hidden behind a glass door. You could see them, but you couldn't quite touch them. The work you have done has not just been about language acquisition, it has been about cognitive expansion. You have trained your brain to think, to feel, and to express itself in a new universe of thought. The question I am most often asked at this stage is, how do I maintain this level? The answer is simple, yet it requires the same dedication you've already shown: never stop being a user. The moment you revert to being a passive student, your skills will begin to atrophy. The three pillars, input, output, and mindset, must remain the supporting structures of your ongoing relationship with English. Your input should always challenge you. Seek out voices that disagree with you. Read literature that stretches your imagination. Listen to lectures on topics you know nothing about. The goal now is not just to maintain, but to continue evolving. Language is a living entity, and it changes every day. Your output must find a permanent home in your life. This could mean starting a blog in English, joining a professional association where English is the lingua franca, or finding a community of international friends with whom you communicate regularly. The key is to create a non-negotiable need for you to use your advanced skills. When your reputation or your livelihood depends on your ability to communicate eloquently, you will find a way to keep that ability sharp. Teach what you know to others. There is no better way to solidify your own knowledge than to explain it to someone else. Finally, your mindset must mature from one of growth to one of contribution. You are no longer just a learner, you are a member of a global community. Use your voice. Share your ideas. Participate in discussions. Your perspective, informed by your unique cultural background and now expressible with C2 proficiency, is a valuable contribution to the world. The journey from B1 to C2 is a profound transformation. You started wanting to speak better English. You finish with the ability to share a piece of yourself with the world. That is the ultimate reward. Keep listening, keep speaking, and never stop exploring the boundless possibilities you have worked so hard to unlock. This is Your Name, signing off from the Daily English Practice Podcast. Your journey continues. To truly cement everything we've discussed, I want to leave you with a final, powerful challenge. This isn't just another tip, it's a 30-day blueprint designed to synthesize all three pillars into a transformative daily habit. I call it the C2 Catalyst Challenge. This challenge is structured to push you out of your comfort zone in a manageable, structured way, creating a positive feedback loop of progress and confidence. Think of it as a boot camp for your fluency, compressing months of potential growth into one focused month. The challenge is divided into 4 weekly phases, each with a specific focus. Week 1 is Foundation. Your task is to establish your non-negotiable 30-minute focus practice routine using the 15-10-5 model we discussed. Simultaneously, you will implement your 2 chosen strategies for organic integration. This week is about building the habit structure. Don't worry about perfection, worry about consistency. The goal is to show up every single day. Week 2 is Intensity. This is where we ramp up the quality of your input and output. For your 15 minutes of input analysis, you must choose material that is genuinely difficult for you, perhaps an academic paper or a philosophical essay. For your 10 minutes of output, you will record a 1-minute monologue on a complex, abstract topic, like the nature of integrity or the impact of artificial intelligence on creativity. This week forces your brain to operate at a higher level. Week 3 is Integration. The focus shifts to blending your skills seamlessly. Your daily task is to have one real-world interaction in English. This could be leaving a detailed comment on an English blog, participating in an online forum debate, or having a 10-minute conversation with a language partner. The key is to apply the functional language and nuance we've practiced in a live, unpredictable setting. This is where theory meets practice. Week 4 is Mastery. In this final week, you will undertake a capstone project. Choose a topic you are passionate about and create a 5-minute presentation or a 500-word essay. But here's the challenge: you must script it using the advanced grammar and vocabulary you've acquired, then present it or write it without notes, aiming for fluidity. This project consolidates all your learning into a single, tangible demonstration of your elevated skills. This 30-day challenge is your launchpad. It provides the structure and momentum to break through inertia. The journey to C2 is a marathon, but a sprint like this can give you the proof and the confidence you need to see that the peak is not only scalable, but within your reach. Are you ready to begin? Your future, fluent self is waiting. And so, as we bring this blueprint to a close, I want you to take a moment and imagine your future self. Not as a language learner, but as a person who uses English with the same ease and depth as you use your native tongue. This person can walk into any room, anywhere in the world, and connect with people on a meaningful level. This person can articulate complex ideas with clarity and passion. This person is not defined by the language they speak, but empowered by it. This person is you, on the other side of consistent, deliberate practice. The path from B1 to C2 is a profound transformation. It requires more than memorization, it demands a reshaping of your habits, your mindset, and even your identity. You will move from feeling like an outsider looking in, to being a confident participant in the global conversation. The tools are all here. The map is drawn. The 3 pillars, strategic input, courageous output, and a growth mindset, are your guiding stars. The 30-day Catalyst Challenge is your first step. But the journey itself is the destination. Fluency is not a static state you achieve, but a dynamic, ever-evolving relationship with the language. There will be difficult days. There will be moments of frustration. But I promise you, the struggle is a sign of growth. Every time you push through the discomfort of speaking, every time you wrestle with a complex text, you are building the mental muscle of fluency. Celebrate the small wins. The first time you understand a joke without subtitles. The first time you dream in English. The first time you express a thought so perfectly it surprises even you. These are the milestones that mark your progress. This is not goodbye. This is the beginning of your new chapter. The Daily English Practice Podcast will continue to be here for you, providing advanced content to fuel your journey. But now, you are equipped not just to listen, but to interact, to analyze, to question, and to grow. You are no longer a passenger, you are the driver. Trust the process. Be patient with yourself. And never, ever forget the power of showing up every single day. Your commitment is the engine that will carry you to heights you can barely imagine right now. The world is waiting to hear your voice. Go and make yourself heard. This journey we have outlined is demanding. There will be days when the last thing you want to do is analyze a complex article or record your voice. On those days, remember your core motivation. Revisit the image of that fluent, empowered future self. And then, practice for just 5 minutes. Consistency over intensity is the mantra that will carry you through the inevitable challenges. The compound effect of small, daily efforts is far more powerful than sporadic bursts of cramming. This is a marathon of 1,000 small steps. Embrace the fact that this is a lifelong journey of refinement. Even at the C2 level, there is always more to learn, a new nuance to discover, a different accent to understand. The beauty of mastering a language is that the learning never truly ends, it simply evolves into a deeper appreciation. You will never know every word, but you will develop the skill to understand and use any word you encounter. That is the true freedom of C2 proficiency. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your journey. I am incredibly excited to hear about the progress you will make. Remember, the power to transform your English lies entirely in your hands. You have the map. You have the tools. You have the capability. The only step left is to begin. Take a deep breath, choose your first piece of challenging input, and start today. Your future self will thank you for the courage you show in this moment. While the core blueprint is complete, the journey is made up of countless small steps. So, as a bonus, let's address some of the most frequent questions I receive from dedicated learners like you. These are the practical hurdles that can trip you up, and having clear answers can keep your momentum strong. A common question is, how do I find the right balance between comfort, stretch, and reach materials? My rule of thumb is the 70/30 rule. About 70% of your input should be at your stretch level, challenging but comprehensible. This is where most of your learning occurs. The remaining 30% can be split between comfort material, for reinforcement and enjoyment, and reach material, to push your boundaries. If you find yourself understanding less than 60% of a text or audio, it might be too far into the reach zone for productive learning. Don't be afraid to step back and find something slightly easier. Progress is a dance, not a forced march. Another pressing concern is, what if I don't have a speaking partner? This is a very common obstacle, but it's not a barrier. Self-talk, as we discussed, is incredibly powerful. But to take it further, consider technology as your partner. There are AI-powered language apps that can engage you in conversation on virtually any topic. You can speak to them 24/7 without fear of judgment. Another technique is the shadowing method we touched on, but applied to dialogues. Listen to a short conversation from a film or TV show. Pause after each line and repeat it, mimicking the speaker's intonation and emotion. Then, try to respond to the line as the other character would. This creates a simulated dialogue that builds fluency and rhythm. Many also ask, how do I measure my progress without a test? Formal tests are one indicator, but they are not the only one. Your growth journal is your best tool. But also, create your own milestones. Can you now watch a news broadcast and understand the main points without subtitles? That's a milestone. Can you explain a complicated concept from your job to a friend? That's a milestone. Can you read a short story and appreciate the author's use of humor or irony? That's a significant milestone. These real-world applications are the truest measure of your progress. They are signs that the language is becoming yours, not just a subject you study. Now, let's talk about the subtle art of sounding truly sophisticated. Beyond grammar and vocabulary, there is the element of style. One of the most telling markers of a C2 speaker is the ability to use understatement and subtle emphasis. In many English-speaking cultures, particularly British English, bluntness can sometimes be perceived as abrasive. Mastering understatement, like saying that's rather good for something you find absolutely brilliant, shows a deep cultural and linguistic awareness. Conversely, knowing when to use strong adverbs for emphasis, utterly devastating, exceptionally rare, adds power and precision to your speech. Another advanced technique is the use of rhetorical questions to engage your listener and frame your argument. Instead of stating, technology creates isolation, you might begin, but to what extent does our constant connectivity actually lead to a deeper sense of isolation? This immediately invites your listener into a dialogue and demonstrates that you are considering multiple sides of an issue. This is critical for academic and professional discussions at the highest level. Finally, I encourage you to develop an ear for idiomatic precision. At C2, it's not about using as many idioms as possible, it's about using the perfect one for the context. The difference between "he's feeling under the weather" and "he's on his last legs" is significant. One describes a temporary illness, the other implies nearing the end of life. This precision prevents miscommunication and shows you understand the connotation, not just the definition. To practice this, when you learn a new idiom, actively seek out examples of it being used in context and note the tone and situation. Is it formal or informal? Is it sympathetic or critical? This depth of knowledge is what truly sets you apart. Remember, the goal is not to show off, but to communicate with maximum effectiveness, nuance, and grace. This is the finishing touch on your journey to mastery. As we near the end of our journey together, I want to bring everything full circle. We began with a promise to move you from the frustrating plateau of B1 to the soaring heights of C2. We've built the framework, brick by brick, with the 3 pillars of input, output, and mindset. We've discussed advanced techniques for vocabulary, grammar, and cultural fluency. But all of this knowledge is only potential energy. It becomes kinetic, it becomes power, only through one final, crucial ingredient: integration. The ultimate goal is for these practices to become so ingrained that they are no longer practices at all, they are simply how you interact with the world. The line between studying English and living your life in English should blur until it disappears. This is when you know you have truly arrived. You'll find yourself thinking in English without deciding to. You'll reach for an English word to describe a concept because it feels more precise than the word in your native tongue. You'll dream in English narratives. This is the deepest level of proficiency, where the language is woven into the very fabric of your cognition. To achieve this, your final task is to create a personal English ecosystem. This is a curated environment where English is the default, not the exception. It means your news feeds, your social media circles, your book club, your professional networks, all should have a strong, authentic English component. This doesn't mean abandoning your native language or culture. It means expanding your identity to include a fully fluent English-speaking self. This version of you has access to different perspectives, different jokes, and different ways of seeing the world. This journey is one of the most rewarding investments you will ever make in yourself. It is more than learning a language, it is about building bridges to new ideas, new people, and new opportunities. The discipline you cultivate here will spill over into other areas of your life. The confidence you gain from expressing your deepest thoughts in another language is unshakable. You are not just learning to speak English, you are becoming a global citizen. And so, we have reached the end of our map. The path from B1 to C2 is laid out before you, not as a mysterious secret, but as a clear, actionable series of steps. It is a path built on the daily commitment to show up, to engage, and to believe in the process of gradual, consistent improvement. Remember, the difference between where you are and where you want to be is not a question of talent, but of strategy and perseverance. You have the power to transform your relationship with the English language. This transformation is within your grasp because you now understand the fundamental shift. You are no longer a passive student memorizing rules. You are an active user, a collector of phrases, a craftsman of sentences, and a participant in a global conversation. You have the tools to seek out challenging input, to practice courageous output, and to cultivate a mindset that sees every mistake as a stepping stone. The 60-minute framework and the 30-day Catalyst Challenge are your blueprints for action. The journey ahead is yours to own. It will be challenging, but it will also be incredibly rewarding. There will be moments of breakthrough that will make all the effort worthwhile. Trust in the compound effect of your daily practice. Believe in the future fluent self that you are building, one day at a time. This is not the end of our time together, it is the beginning of your most exciting chapter. The microphone is now in your hands. Go out there and make your voice heard. Hello everyone, and welcome back to English Dictionary. I'm Emily, and I'll be your guide for today's session. If this is your first time joining us, I'd like to let you know that we post new English lessons daily to assist you in progressing step by step and becoming a more self-assured speaker. In today's master class, you will work on your English listening abilities, as well as your speaking and thinking skills. We are going to thoroughly explore real, slow-paced English at the B1 and B2 levels. This lesson is created to support you in developing your fluency organically and to steer you towards speaking English with confidence in your everyday life. During our time together, we will look into practical dialogues, helpful vocabulary, and natural sentence structures that you can begin using immediately. You will also get to do numerous practice activities with me so you can repeat, shadow, and absorb these phrases until they feel like a natural part of your speech. Whether you're discussing your day, organizing plans, requesting information, or expressing your views, this lesson will provide you with the resources to sound more fluid, clear, and confident in English. When we finish this video, you will not only comprehend how English functions at an intermediate level, but you will also feel prepared to use it in real discussions effortlessly. Before we start, please remember to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon so you are always notified of new lessons that can accelerate your English improvement. So, take a deep breath, get relaxed, and let's start this English fluency masterclass together. Hello again. I'd like you to take a moment to unwind, because today we are going to spend time together, step by step, gradually developing your English fluency. This isn't about speed. This isn't about memorizing lengthy word lists. This is about genuine English, natural English, and practice that mimics everyday conversation. When you are learning English at the intermediate level, the most significant hurdle is progressing from simple phrases to more natural, connected speech. You already know basic words and sentences. You can likely introduce yourself, order a meal, or ask for directions. But now you wish to advance further. You want to sound more self-assured. You want to feel capable of expressing your ideas without pausing. That is precisely what this lesson focuses on. Let's begin with something straightforward. Picture it's morning and you are seeing a friend. They ask you, "How's your morning going?" A beginner might only say, "Good" or "Fine." But at the intermediate level, you want to include more information because fluency comes from elaborating on your responses. So, instead of just saying, "Good," you could say, "It's going well. I woke up early today and I had some coffee, so I feel awake." Notice how that is still simple English, but it moves along like a real conversation. Now, let's practice together. Repeat after me slowly. It's going well. I woke up early today and I had some coffee, so I feel awake. Say it again. But this time, attempt to link the words more fluidly. It's going well. I woke up early today and I had some coffee, so I feel awake. Very good. Here's another instance. If your morning wasn't so great, you might say, "It's been a little busy. I had to answer some emails and get ready quickly, so I feel a bit tired." This is still simple language, but it includes more detail and emotion. Try it with me. It's been a little busy. I had to answer some emails and get ready quickly, so I feel a bit tired. One more time. It's been a little busy. I had to answer some emails and get ready quickly, so I feel a bit tired. This is the first skill we will practice in this master class, extending your sentences. You don't require complex grammar to sound fluent. What you need is the capacity to include details, emotions, and reasons when you speak. Let's practice this with another question. If someone asks, "What did you do yesterday?" a brief answer might be, "I studied." But to sound fluent, you can expand. "I studied English for about an hour. Then I went for a walk in the park to relax. And later, I cooked dinner with my family." Now, let's practice that together. I studied English for about an hour. Then, I went for a walk in the park to relax. And later, I cooked dinner with my family. Repeat again. I studied English for about an hour. Then I went for a walk in the park to relax, and later I cooked dinner with my family. Here's your turn. Think about what you did yesterday. Try to form one longer answer with details. Speak it out loud with me. Don't worry about mistakes. Just try. Good. That's the practice. Fluency comes from building these longer sentences. Let's move into another daily life situation. Imagine you're at a cafe. The waiter asks, "What would you like to drink?" At the beginner level, you might just say, "Ta, please." But as an intermediate speaker, you can expand naturally. You could say, "I'd like a cup of green tea, please, with no sugar." Or you could say, "I'll have a cappuccino, please, with extra milk if possible." Now repeat with me. I'd like a cup of green tea, please, with no sugar. Again. I'd like a cup of green tea, please, with no sugar. And now I'll have a cappuccino, please, with extra milk if possible. One more time. I'll have a cappuccino, please, with extra milk if possible. The key here is politeness and detail. Adding small details like with no sugar or with extra milk makes your English sound more natural and complete. Now, let's turn this into a little role play. Imagine you're in the cafe and I'm the waiter. I'll ask, "What would you like to drink?" Your turn. Answer with one of the phrases we practiced or make your own version. Great. Let's try it again. What would you like to drink? Perfect. These little role plays are powerful practice tools because they put you in real-life situations. When you practice like this, your brain starts to remember the patterns of natural English. Now, let's focus on another area, expressing opinions. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to share what you think, not just answer questions. For example, someone might ask, "What do you think about learning English every day?" A short answer might be, "It's good." But that doesn't sound fluent. Instead, you can say, I think learning English every day is very helpful because it keeps the language fresh in my mind and gives me more confidence when I speak. Practice with me. I think learning English every day is very helpful because it keeps the language fresh in my mind and gives me more confidence when I speak again. I think learning English every day is very helpful because it keeps the language fresh in my mind and gives me more confidence when I speak. Now I'll give you another opinion question. What do you think about learning English with videos like this? Your answer could be, I believe learning English with videos is very effective because I can listen to natural speech, practice repeating, and learn at my own speed. Let's say it together. I believe learning English with videos is very effective because I can listen to natural speech, practice repeating, and learn at my own speed. Excellent. Here's an exercise for you. Think of one thing you enjoy in your daily life. It could be reading, cooking, walking, or anything you like. Now, make an opinion sentence about it. For example, I enjoy walking in the evenings because it helps me relax and clear my mind. Try your own version now. Speak it out loud. That's great. This practice of expanding your sentences, adding details, and expressing opinions is the foundation of moving from B1 to B2. Let's continue with another common daily life topic. Making plans. Imagine you're with a friend and they ask, "What are you doing this weekend?" A beginner might say, "Nothing." But at the intermediate level, you can expand. I don't have many plans, but I might go shopping on Saturday, and on Sunday, I'd like to watch a new movie at home. Let's practice. I don't have many plans, but I might go shopping on Saturday. And on Sunday, I'd like to watch a new movie at home. Again, I don't have many plans, but I might go shopping on Saturday. And on Sunday, I'd like to watch a new movie at home. Now, let's try another version. This weekend, I'm planning to meet some friends for dinner, and I also need to finish some work, so I'll probably stay busy. Say it with me. This weekend, I'm planning to meet some friends for dinner, and I also need to finish some work, so I'll probably stay busy. Good. Now, it's your turn. Think about your weekend plans. Say them out loud in a full sentence with details. Try to use I might, I'm planning to, or I'd like to. These phrases make your English sound more natural. Before we finish this section, let's do a fluency drill. I'll give you short prompts and you will expand them into full sentences. Ready? Prompt 1, breakfast. Expand. For breakfast, I usually have toast with butter and tea, but today I decided to eat some fruit instead. Prompt 2. Weather expand. The weather is quite warm today, so I'm planning to go outside for a walk after lunch. Prompt 3. English practice expand. I try to practice English every evening for at least 20 minutes because it helps me stay consistent and improve little by little. You see, this drill forces you to add detail, connect ideas, and practice fluency. The more you do this, the more natural it becomes. Now, let's move deeper into conversations that happen when you meet new people. At the B1 and B2 levels, introductions become more than just, "Hello, my name is." You can add small details that make you sound natural and confident. For example, if someone asks, "Where are you from?" At a basic level, you might just say, "I am from Brazil." But at the intermediate level, you can expand. "I'm from Brazil, from a city called Sao Paulo, and I've been living here for a few years now." Repeat after me. I'm from Brazil, from a city called Sao Paulo, and I've been living here for a few years now. Again, I'm from Brazil, from a city called Sao Paulo, and I've been living here for a few years now. Now, let's try another version. I'm from United States, from New York City, and I moved here recently to study. Repeat with me. I'm from United States, from New York City, and I moved here recently to study. Excellent. You see how simple phrases like from a city called or I moved here recently to add more fluency to your speech. This is the kind of detail that makes your English flow naturally. Now imagine someone asks, "What do you do?" A beginner might just answer, "I am a student" or "I work." But as an intermediate speaker, you want to give more. For example, I'm a student at university. I'm studying computer science and I really enjoy learning about technology. Or I work as a nurse in a hospital and I take care of patients in the emergency department. Let's practice together. I'm a student at university. I'm studying computer science and I really enjoy learning about technology. Again. I'm a student at university. I'm studying computer science and I really enjoy learning about technology. And now I work as a nurse in a hospital and I take care of patients in the emergency department. Again, I work as a nurse in a hospital and I take care of patients in the emergency department. Now it's your turn. Think about how you would introduce yourself. Say your name, where you're from, and what you do. Add a little detail like what you enjoy or where you study. Speak it out loud with me now. Perfect. This is how introductions at the intermediate level become more natural and give you confidence in real-life situations. Now, let's move to conversations about hobbies and free time. This is one of the most common topics in daily life. If someone asks, "What do you like to do in your free time?" At a basic level, you might answer, "I like reading." But at the intermediate level, you can say, "I like reading novels in English, especially mystery stories, because they help me practice new vocabulary and they're fun to follow." Repeat after me. I like reading novels in English, especially mystery stories, because they help me practice new vocabulary and they're fun to follow. Again, I like reading novels in English, especially mystery stories, because they help me practice new vocabulary and they're fun to follow. Here's another example. In my free time, I enjoy cooking new recipes and I often invite my family to taste what I make. Let's say it together. In my free time, I enjoy cooking new recipes and I often invite my family to taste what I make. One more time. In my free time, I enjoy cooking new recipes and I often invite my family to taste what I make. Now, think of one hobby you have. Try to describe it with more detail. Use words like especially, because, or often. Speak it aloud now. Great. That's your fluency practice. Let's make this more interactive with a role play. Imagine I'm your friend and I ask, "What do you like to do in your free time?" Answer me now with a full sentence and detail. Very good. Let's try again. What do you like to do in your free time? Wonderful. Now, let's practice talking about past experiences. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be comfortable using the past tense to describe real events. For example, if someone asks, "Have you ever traveled to another country?" You can answer, "Yes, I have. Last year I went to Turkey with my family and we visited Istanbul, which was amazing because of its culture and food." Repeat after me. Yes, I have. Last year I went to Turkey with my family and we visited Istanbul, which was amazing because of its culture and food. Again, yes, I have. Last year I went to Turkey with my family and we visited Istanbul, which was amazing because of its culture and food. If your answer is no, you can still make it fluent. No, I haven't traveled to another country yet, but I would really like to visit Spain one day because I love the language and the culture. Let's practice. No, I haven't traveled to another country yet, but I would really like to visit Spain one day because I love the language and the culture. One more time. No, I haven't traveled to another country yet, but I would really like to visit Spain one day because I love the language and the culture. Now it's your turn. Think about one past experience. Maybe a trip, a celebration, or a fun day with friends. Try to describe it in 1 or 2 full sentences. Add where, when, and why. Speak it now. Good. That's the practice. Now, let's move into conversations about the future. At the intermediate level, you should be able to talk about what you plan to do or hope to do. For example, next year I'm planning to take an English exam because I want to study abroad. Or tomorrow I'm going to meet my friend for lunch and then I'll go shopping for groceries. Repeat after me. Next year I'm planning to take an English exam because I want to study abroad. Again, next year I'm planning to take an English exam as I want to study abroad. And now tomorrow I'm going to meet my friend for lunch and then I'll go shopping for groceries again. Tomorrow I'm going to meet my friend for lunch and then I'll go shopping for groceries. Now let's try some fluency drills. I'll give you a word and you'll create a future sentence with it. Ready? Word 1, holiday. Expand it. For example, in the next holiday, I'm going to visit my grandparents in the countryside and spend some quiet time there. Word 2, study. Expand. This month, I'm planning to study English for 30 minutes every evening so I can prepare for my test. Word 3, exercise. Expand. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the gym to exercise and I want to run on the treadmill for 20 minutes. Good. You're practicing future expressions like I'm planning to, I'm going to, and I'll. These are key for intermediate fluency. Now, let's shift to small talk about the weather. This might sound simple, but it's one of the most common conversation starters in English. A beginner might just say, "It is hot." But an intermediate speaker can say, "It's really hot today. Much hotter than yesterday, and I think it will stay this way all week." Repeat with me. It's really hot today, much hotter than yesterday, and I think it will stay this way all week. Again, it's really hot today, much hotter than yesterday, and I think it will stay this way all week. Let's try a different version. It's quite cold this morning and it looks like it might rain later, so I brought my umbrella just in case. Say it with me. It's quite cold this morning and it looks like it might rain later, so I brought my umbrella just in case. Again. It's quite cold this morning and it looks like it might rain later, so I brought my umbrella just in case. Now it's your turn. Look outside your window. What's the weather like today? Speak it out loud now. Excellent. These small details, comparisons like much hotter than yesterday or phrases like just in case, help you move from simple English to fluent English. Before we end this section, let's practice combining topics. I'll ask a few questions and you'll try to answer in longer sentences. Ready? Question 1. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Think, expand, answer with detail. Good. Question 2. What did you do last weekend? Make a past tense sentence with details. Great. Question 3. What do you like to do in your free time? Add an explanation of why you enjoy it. Wonderful. This combination drill helps you switch between past, present, and future. One of the most important skills at the B1 and B2 levels. Let's move into another important area for intermediate speakers, talking about family and relationships. This is a very common topic in daily conversations. And at the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to give clear details, share stories, and explain connections naturally. Imagine someone asks, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" At the basic level, you might just say, "Yes, one brother." But at the intermediate level, you can expand your answer. For example, "Yes, I have one younger brother named Daniel. He's still in high school and he loves playing basketball, so most of the time he's out on the court with his friends." Repeat after me. Yes, I have one younger brother named Daniel. He's still in high school and he loves playing basketball, so most of the time he's out on the court with his friends. Again. Yes, I have one younger brother named Daniel. He's still in high school and he loves playing basketball, so most of the time he's out on the court with his friends. Now, let's try another example. I have two older sisters, Amanda and Emily. Amanda is married and lives in Chicago, while Emily is finishing her college degree in New York. Practice this with me. I have two older sisters, Amanda and Emily. Amanda is married and lives in Chicago, while Emily is finishing her college degree in New York. Excellent. Now it's your turn. Think of your own family. Try to describe one family member with a little more detail. Add what they do, what they like, or where they live. Speak it aloud with me. Good. Now, let's role play. Imagine I ask you, "Can you tell me about your family?" Answer with a few sentences, including details like names, jobs, or hobbies. Great. Let's do it again. Can you tell me about your family? Perfect. This practice helps you prepare for real conversations. When people ask about your personal life. Now, let's practice conversations about daily routines. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to describe not just what you do, but also how you feel about it and maybe add comparisons or reasons. For example, on weekdays, I usually wake up around 7 a.m., make some coffee, and check my emails before work. I try to exercise in the evenings, but sometimes I'm too tired after a long day. Repeat after me. On weekdays, I usually wake up around 7 a.m., make some coffee, and check my emails before work. I try to exercise in the evenings, but sometimes I'm too tired after a long day. Again, on weekdays, I usually wake up around 7 a.m., make some coffee, and check my emails before work. I try to exercise in the evenings, but sometimes I'm too tired after a long day. Here's another version. Every morning, I like to go for a short walk before breakfast because it helps me wake up and start the day with energy. Let's say it together. Every morning, I like to go for a short walk before breakfast because it helps me wake up and start the day with energy. One more time. Every morning, I like to go for a short walk before breakfast because it helps me wake up. Now it's your turn. think about your daily routine. Try to explain one part of it with details and feelings. For example, describe how you start your mornings, what you usually eat, or what you do after work or school. Speak it now. That's excellent. Now, let's practice with some names. Imagine you're having a conversation with a friend named Michael. He asks, "What's your typical day like?" You can answer, "Well, Michael, on a typical day, I start work around 9 a.m. and during my lunch break, I usually grab a sandwich at a cafe near the office. In the evenings, I watch a show or read a little before going to bed around 11. Let's practice together. Well, Michael, on a typical day, I start work around 9 a.m. And during my lunch break, I usually grab a sandwich at a cafe near the office. In the evenings, I watch a show or read a little before going to bed around 11. Good. This kind of answer feels real, specific, and fluent. Now, let's move to another common topic. Describing your city or town. At the intermediate level, you should be able to talk about where you live, what's around you, and what people can do there. For example, I live in Dallas, Texas. It's a large city with a lot of history and culture. One of my favorite places to visit is the art museum downtown. And I also enjoy going to the local farmers market on weekends. Repeat after me. I live in Dallas, Texas. It's a large city with a lot of history and culture. One of my favorite places to visit is the art museum downtown. And I also enjoy going to the local farmers market on weekends. Again, I live in Dallas, Texas. It's a large city with a lot of history and culture. One of my favorite places to visit is the art museum downtown. And I also enjoy going to the local farmers market on weekends. Now, let's try another version. I live in a small town outside of Denver. It's quiet and people know each other well. I like that we have beautiful mountains nearby, so I often go hiking on weekends. Practice with me. I live in a small town outside of Denver. It's quiet and people know each other well. I like that we have beautiful mountains nearby. So, I often go hiking on weekends. Excellent. Now, think about your own city or town. Try to describe it in 1 or 2 sentences with details. Talk about what's interesting, what you like, or what people usually do there. Speak it now. Wonderful. Let's make it interactive with a role play. Imagine you meet a new friend named Jessica and she asks, "Where do you live?" Answer her now with a full detailed sentence. Very good. Let's try again. Where do you live? Excellent. Now, let's practice conversations about food, one of the most popular topics around the world. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to describe your favorite foods. Explain how they're made and talk about your eating habits. For example, one of my favorite foods is pizza. I usually order it with extra cheese and vegetables, and I love eating it with friends on weekends. Repeat with me. One of my favorite foods is pizza. I usually order it with extra cheese and vegetables, and I love eating it with friends on weekends. Again, one of my favorite foods is pizza. I usually order it with extra cheese and vegetables, and I love eating it with friends on weekends. Here's another example. I really enjoy cooking pasta at home. I add tomatoes, garlic, and a little olive oil, and it always tastes fresh and delicious. Let's say it together. I really enjoy cooking pasta at home. I add tomatoes, garlic, and a little olive oil, and it always tastes fresh and delicious. One more time. I really enjoy cooking pasta at home. I add tomatoes, garlic, and a little olive oil, and it always tastes fresh and delicious. Now, it's your turn. Think about your favorite food. Describe it with some detail, like how it's cooked or when you usually eat it. Speak it aloud. Now, fantastic. Now, let's use a role play. Imagine you're at lunch with a coworker named David and he asks, "What's your favorite food?" Answer him now with one of the sentences you practiced or create your own. Great. Let's do it again. What's your favorite food? Perfect. This type of practice prepares you for small talk at work, at school, or at social gatherings. Now, let's connect food with culture and habits. For example, in my family, we usually eat dinner together every evening around 7. It's an important time for us to talk about our day and share stories. Repeat with me. In my family, we usually eat dinner together every evening around 7. It's an important time for us to talk about our day and share stories. Again, in my family, we usually eat dinner together every evening around 7. It's an important time for us to talk about our day and share stories. Or on weekends, I like trying new restaurants with my friends. Last Saturday, we went to a Mexican restaurant and the food was amazing. Practice with me. On weekends, I like trying new restaurants with my friends. Last Saturday, we went to a Mexican restaurant and the food was amazing. Excellent. This is how you move from simple answers like "I like pizza" to fluent answers that include details, times, and stories. Before we finish this section, let's do a fluency drill with prompts. I'll give you a word and you'll create a full sentence about food with it. Ready? Word 1. Breakfast. Example, for breakfast this morning, I had scrambled eggs with toast and orange juice, and it gave me energy for the day. Word 2. Restaurant. Example, last night I went to a new restaurant downtown with my friend Sarah and we tried seafood for the first time. Word 3. Cooking. Example, I enjoy cooking at home because I can choose healthy ingredients and make food the way I like it. These fluency drills, build speed and confidence. When you speak. Let's continue our practice by moving into conversations about shopping. Shopping is a situation almost everyone experiences. And at the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to ask for what you need, compare items, and express opinions clearly. Imagine you walk into a clothing store and the shop assistant asks, "Can I help you find something today?" A basic answer might be, "Yes, a shirt." But let's expand to sound more fluent. Yes, I'm looking for a blue shirt in a medium size. Something casual that I can wear to work. Repeat after me. Yes, I'm looking for a blue shirt in a medium size. Something casual that I can wear to work. Again. Yes, I'm looking for a blue shirt in a medium size. Something casual that I can wear to work. Here's another example. I'd like to buy a pair of jeans, but I'm not sure about the size. Could you help me check? Say it with me. I'd like to buy a pair of jeans, but I'm not sure about the size. Could you help me check? One more time. I'd like to buy a pair of jeans, but I'm not sure about the size. Could you help me check? Now, let's role play. Imagine the shop assistant, a friendly woman named Jessica, asks you, "What are you looking for today?" Answer her with one of the sentences we practiced or make your own. Good. Let's try it again. What are you looking for today? Excellent. At the intermediate level, it's also useful to compare items. For example, I like this jacket, but I think the other one looks more comfortable. Or, this pair of shoes is cheaper, but the quality of the other pair seems better. Repeat after me. I like this jacket, but I think the other one looks more comfortable. Again, I like this jacket, but I think the other one looks more comfortable. And now this pair of shoes is cheaper, but the quality of the other pair seems better. Again, this pair of shoes is cheaper, but the quality of the other pair seems better. Now, imagine you're at the checkout counter and the cashier, a young man named David, asks, "Do you need a bag?" You can answer, "Yes, please. I'd like one bag." Or, "No, thank you. I brought my own." Practice both versions with me. Yes, please. I'd like one bag again. Yes, please. I'd like one bag now. No, thank you. I brought my own again. No, thank you. I brought my own. Shopping conversations like these build your ability to describe what you want, make comparisons, and handle small interactions with confidence. Now, let's move to transportation. Talking about buses, trains, and cars is part of daily life, especially if you live in a city. Imagine you're at a bus stop and someone named Michael asks, "Do you know when the next bus arrives?" At the basic level, you might say, "In 10 minutes." But at the intermediate level, you can say, "I think the next bus should arrive in about 10 minutes. But sometimes it comes a little late during rush hour." Repeat after me. I think the next bus should arrive in about 10 minutes, but sometimes it comes a little late during rush hour. Again, I think the next bus should arrive in about 10 minutes, but sometimes it comes a little late during rush hour. Here's another example. Imagine you're in a taxi and the driver asks, "Where would you like to go?" Instead of just saying downtown, you can say, "I'd like to go downtown near Main Street." Close to the library, please. Practice with me. I'd like to go downtown near Main Street. Close to the library, please. Again. I'd like to go downtown near Main Street. Close to the library, please. Now, let's role play. Imagine I'm the driver and I ask, "Where would you like to go?" Answer me with your own detailed sentence. Great. Let's do it once more. Where would you like to go? Excellent. Transportation also involves giving directions. For example, you see and say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the traffic light, and the bank will be on your left." Or, "Walk down the street until you reach the park, and then you'll see the bus station right next to it." Repeat after me. Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the traffic light, and the bank will be on your left. Again, go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the traffic light, and the bank will be on your left. Now, walk down the street until you reach the park, and then you'll see the bus station right next to it. Again, walk down the street until you reach the park, and then you'll see the bus station right next to it. These phrases make your English more practical and ready for real life. Now, let's practice making phone calls in English. Phone conversations can be challenging because you don't have visual clues, only sound. At the intermediate level, you should practice clear greetings, requests, and polite expressions. Imagine you're calling a friend named Amanda. You can start by saying, "Hi Amanda, it's me. How are you doing today?" Repeat with me. "Hi Amanda, it's me. How are you doing today?" Again. "Hi Amanda, it's me. How are you doing today?" Now imagine you're calling an office and someone answers, "Good morning. This is Johnson Company. How may I help you?" You can say, "Good morning. My name is Daniel and I'd like to speak with Mr. Smith, please." Practice together. "Good morning. My name is Daniel and I'd like to speak with Mr. Smith, please." Again, "Good morning. My name is Daniel and I'd like to speak with Mr. Smith, please." If the person is not available, you might hear, "I'm sorry, he's not here right now. Can I take a message?" Your answer could be yes. "Please tell him that Daniel called and ask him to call me back this afternoon." Repeat after me. "Yes, please tell him that Daniel called and ask him to call me back this afternoon." Again, "Yes, please tell him that Daniel called and ask him to call me back this afternoon." Phone call practice helps you become comfortable with polite requests and clear communication. Now, let's shift to conversations about health and the doctor's office. Imagine you're visiting the doctor and the nurse named Emily asks, "What seems to be the problem today?" A simple answer might be headache. But to sound more fluent, you can say, "I've had a headache since yesterday, and it hasn't gone away. Even after I took some medicine." Repeat with me. "I've had a headache since yesterday and it hasn't gone away. Even after I took some medicine again." "I've had a headache since yesterday and it hasn't gone away. Even after I took some medicine." Here's another version. "I've been coughing for a few days and I feel a little tired, so I thought it would be better to see a doctor." Practice with me. "I've been coughing for a few days and I feel a little tired, so I thought it would be better to see a doctor again." "I've been coughing for a few days and I feel a little tired, so I thought it would be better to see a doctor." Now, imagine the doctor. Dr. Michael says, "How long have you been feeling this way?" You can answer, "I've been feeling this way for about 3 days and it seems to be getting worse at night." Repeat. "I've been feeling this way for about 3 days and it seems to be getting worse at night." Again, "I've been feeling this way for about 3 days and it seems to be getting worse at night." Practicing these kinds of sentences helps you explain symptoms clearly in English. Now, let's talk about making appointments. If you call a clinic, the receptionist might say, "When would you like to come in?" You could answer, "I'd like to make an appointment for Friday morning if possible." Say it with me. "I'd like to make an appointment for Friday morning if possible." Again, "I'd like to make an appointment for Friday morning if possible." Or could I schedule an appointment for next Tuesday afternoon? Repeat. Could I schedule an appointment for next Tuesday afternoon? Again, could I schedule an appointment for next Tuesday afternoon? Health conversations prepare you for real-life situations where clear English is very important. Before we close this practice, let's do a fluency drill with quick prompts. I'll say a word and you'll create a full sentence with it, adding detail and feeling. Ready? Word 1, store. Example, yesterday I went to the store to buy some fruit and I also found a nice shirt on sale. Word 2, bus. Example, the bus was late this morning, so I had to wait 20 minutes before it arrived. Word 3, doctor. Example, I visited the doctor last week because I had a sore throat and he gave me some medicine that helped a lot. These drills train your brain to respond quickly and naturally in English. Now, let's practice conversations that often happen at work. At the intermediate level, you should be able to talk about your tasks, explain what you are doing, and ask for help politely. Imagine you are at the office and your coworker Amanda asks, "How's your project going?" A beginner might just say, "It's fine." But a more fluent answer could be, "It's going well, Amanda. I finished the first part yesterday, and now I'm working on the presentation slides for tomorrow's meeting." Repeat after me. It's going well, Amanda. I finished the first part yesterday, and now I'm working on the presentation slides for tomorrow's meeting again. It's going well, Amanda. I finished the first part yesterday and now I'm working on the presentation slides for tomorrow's meeting. Now imagine your manager David asks, "Can you send me the report by this afternoon?" Instead of just saying, "Yes," you can answer, "Yes, David, I'll send you the report by 3 p.m. I just need to double-check a few numbers before I send it." Practice with me. Yes, David. I'll send you the report by 3 p.m. I just need to double-check a few numbers before I send it again. Yes, David, I'll send you the report by 3 p.m. I just need to double-check a few numbers before I send it. Sometimes at work, you need to ask for help. For example, could you help me understand this part of the project? I'm not sure about the instructions and I'd like to get it right. Let's practice together. Could you help me understand this part of the project? I'm not sure about the instructions and I'd like to get it right again. Could you help me understand this part of the project? I'm not sure about the instructions and I'd like to get it right. Workplace English often uses polite requests like "could you" or "would you mind?" These make you sound professional and respectful. Now, let's role play. Imagine you're working with Jessica and you need her to check your email before you send it. You could say, "Jessica, would you mind reading this email quickly to see if everything looks okay?" Repeat with me. Jessica, would you mind reading this email quickly to see if everything looks okay? Excellent. Now, let's practice conversations at lunch with coworkers. If someone like Michael asks, "Do you want to join us for lunch?" You can answer, "Sure, Michael, I'd love to." "Where are you going?" or "Thanks for inviting me, but I brought lunch today, so I'll eat here in the office." Repeat after me. "Sure, Michael, I'd love to." "Where are you going again?" "Sure, Michael, I'd love to." "Where are you going?" And now, "Thanks for inviting me, but I brought lunch today, so I won't eat here in the office again." "Thanks for inviting me, but I brought lunch today, so I'll eat here in the office." Workplace conversations give you the chance to practice not just tasks, but also small talk and polite responses. Now, let's move to social conversations with friends. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to invite people, accept invitations, and decline politely. For example, "Do you want to come to the movies on Saturday?" A fluent response could be, "That sounds great, Amanda. What time should we meet?" Or, "If you can't go, I'd love to, but I already have plans on Saturday. Maybe we can go another time." Repeat with me. That sounds great, Amanda. What time should we meet again? That sounds great, Amanda. What time should we meet now? I'd love to, but I already have plans on Saturday. Maybe we can go another time again. I'd love to, but I already have plans on Saturday. Maybe we can go another time. Now, let's practice planning. Imagine your friend Daniel asks, "What do you want to do this weekend?" You could answer, "I was thinking about going to the park on Saturday. Maybe we can take a walk and then grab some coffee." Say it with me. I was thinking about going to the park on Saturday. Maybe we can take a walk and then grab some coffee again. I was thinking about going to the park on Saturday. Maybe we can take a walk and then grab some coffee. Now, let's try another version. I'd like to check out the new restaurant downtown. Do you want to join me on Sunday evening? Practice with me. I'd like to check out the new restaurant. Do you want to join me on Sunday evening? Excellent. Social English often includes phrases like "that sounds great." I'd love to, I was thinking about, or maybe we can. These are perfect for making your English sound natural and friendly. Now, let's talk about travel situations. Imagine you are at the airport and the staff member named Sarah asks, "May I see your passport and boarding pass?" A clear answer would be, "Of course. Here's my passport and my boarding pass." Repeat after me. Of course, here's my passport and my boarding pass. Again, of course, here's my passport and my boarding pass. Now, imagine you're asking for information. You could say, "Excuse me, could you tell me which gate the flight to New York leaves from?" Practice with me. Excuse me, could you tell me which gate the flight to New York leaves from? Again. Excuse me, could you tell me which gate the flight to New York leaves from? At the hotel, you might need to check in. The receptionist named Emily says, "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" Your answer could be, "Yes, I booked a room under the name Daniel Johnson for 3 nights. Repeat with me. Yes, I booked a room under the name Daniel Johnson for 3 nights. Again, yes, I booked a room under the name Daniel Johnson for 3 nights. If you need something, you can say, "Could you please send some extra towels to my room?" Or, "The air conditioning isn't working. Could someone come to fix it?" Practice together. Could you please send some extra towels to my room again? Could you please send some extra towels to my room now? The air conditioning isn't working. Could someone come to fix it again? The air conditioning isn't working. Could someone come to fix it? These are real examples you might use during travel, and practicing them helps you feel more confident abroad. Now, let's do a fluency drill combining workplace, social, and travel prompts. Ready? Prompt 1, Meeting Example. Tomorrow I have a meeting with my manager David and I need to prepare a short presentation about our project. Prompt 2, Weekend Example. This week, I'm planning to go hiking with my friend Amanda and then we'll have dinner together at her place. Prompt 3. Airport. Example. I arrived at the airport early, went through security quickly, and then had time to relax before boarding my flight to Chicago. These drills help you connect topics quickly and naturally. Now, let's imagine you are at a restaurant with a friend. At the intermediate level, you should be able to order food politely, ask questions about the menu, and even make small requests. When the waiter Jessica comes to your table and asks, "Are you ready to order?" a simple answer might be, "Yes, pizza." But to sound fluent, you could say, "Yes, I'd like to have a medium pepperoni pizza, please. And could I also get a glass of iced tea?" Repeat after me. "Yes, I'd like to have a medium pepperoni pizza, please. And could I also get a glass of iced tea?" Again. "Yes, I'd like to have a medium pepperoni pizza, please. And could I also get a glass of iced tea?" Here's another example. "I'm still deciding, Jessica. Could you tell me what today's special is?" Say it with me. "I'm still deciding, Jessica. Could you tell me what today's special is?" Again. "I'm still deciding, Jessica. Could you tell me what today's special is?" Now, let's role play. I'll be the waiter and I'll ask, "Can I get you something to drink while you look at the menu?" Answer with one of the sentences we practiced or make your own. Very good. Let's try again. "Can I get you something to drink while you look at the menu?" Excellent. At the end of the meal, when the waiter named David asks, "Would you like dessert?" you might answer, "Yes." "Could I see the dessert menu, please?" Or, "No, thank you. The meal was wonderful, but I'm full." Practice with me. Yes. "Could I see the dessert menu, please?" Again. Yes. "Could I see the dessert menu, please?" Now. "No, thank you. The meal was wonderful, but I'm full." Again, "No thank you. The meal was wonderful, but I'm full." Finally, when you're ready to leave, you might say, "Could we have the check, please?" This is a very natural way to ask for the bill in American English. Repeat after me. Could we have the check, please? Again, could we have the check, please? Restaurant conversations are some of the easiest to practice, and they build confidence for when you travel or go out with friends. Now, let's move to another important topic, emergencies. Even though we hope we never have to use these phrases, it's important to know them. Imagine you are walking with your friend Michael and suddenly he feels dizzy. You might need to ask for help. "Excuse me, could you please call an ambulance? My friend isn't feeling well." Repeat after me. "Excuse me, could you please call an ambulance? My friend isn't feeling well." Again, "Excuse me, could you please call an ambulance? My friend isn't feeling well." Here's another example. If you lose something important, like your wallet, you could say, "I think I lost my wallet. It's black and has my ID and credit card inside. Could you help me check if anyone found it?" Practice with me. "I think I lost my wallet. It's black and has my ID and credit card inside. Could you help me check if anyone found it again?" "I think I lost my wallet. It's black and has my ID and credit card inside. Could you help me check if anyone found it?" If you need to call the police, you can say, "Hello, I need help. Someone broke into my car and I'd like to report it." Let's say it together. "Hello, I need help. Someone broke into my car and I'd like to report it again." "Hello, I need help. Someone broke into my car and I'd like to report it." Emergencies are stressful, but practicing these sentences in advance can make you feel more confined. Dent if you ever face one. Now, let's practice storytelling because storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to improve fluency. At the B1 and B2 levels, you should be able to tell short stories about your experiences with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Here's a simple example. Last weekend, I went to a baseball game with my friend Daniel. The weather was sunny and the stadium was full of people. We cheered for our team and they won in the last inning. It was an exciting day and I was so happy to be there. Repeat after me. Last weekend, I went to a baseball game with my friend Daniel. The weather was sunny and the stadium was full of people. We cheered for our team and they won in the last inning. It was an exciting day and I was so happy to be there again. Last weekend, I went to a baseball game with my friend Daniel. The weather was sunny and the stadium was full of people. We cheered for our team and they won in the last inning. It was an exciting day and I was so happy to be there. Now, let's try another story. A few months ago, I went hiking in the mountains with my friend Amanda. We started early in the morning, and the trail was beautiful with trees and streams. Halfway through, it started raining and we got a little wet, but we laughed and kept going. At the top, the view was amazing, and it was worth the effort. Say it with me. A few months ago, I went hiking in the mountains with my friend Amanda. We started early in the morning and the trail was beautiful with trees and streams. Halfway through, it started raining and we got a little wet, but we laughed and kept going. At the top, the view was amazing and it was worth the effort. Storytelling helps you connect past tense verbs, add details, and keep your listener interested. Now it's your turn. Think of one simple story from your life. Maybe about a trip, a fun day with friends, or something surprising that happened recently. Try to say it out loud now in 3 or 4 sentences. Begin with when and where it happened. Then describe what happened and finally explain how you felt. Speak it now. Very good. Now, let's practice storytelling with a role play. Imagine you are talking to your coworker David on Monday morning and he asks, "How was your weekend?" Instead of just saying, "Good," you can tell a short story. For example, "It was great, David. On Saturday, I went to see a movie with my friend Jessica. And on Sunday, I visited my grandparents for lunch. It was a relaxing weekend." Repeat after me. It was great, David. On Saturday, I went to see a movie with my friend Jessica. And on Sunday, I visited my grandparents for lunch. It was a relaxing weekend again. It was great, David. On Saturday, I went to see a movie with my friend Jessica. And on Sunday, I visited my grandparents for lunch. It was a relaxing weekend. This type of practice helps you respond with more than one-word answers, which is the key to sounding fluent. Now, let's move into opinions again, but this time inside stories. Imagine you're telling someone about a new restaurant. You can say, "Last Friday, I went to a new Italian restaurant with my friend Amanda. The food was delicious, especially the pasta. I think it's one of the best restaurants in town, and I'd like to go again soon." Repeat with me. Last Friday, I went to a new Italian restaurant with my friend Amanda. The food was delicious, especially the pasta. I think it's one of the best restaurants in town, and I'd like to go again soon. Again. Last Friday, I went to a new Italian restaurant with my friend Amanda. The food was delicious, especially the pasta. I think it's one of the best restaurants in town and I'd like to go again soon. This way you mix storytelling with opinions, which is an important skill at the intermediate level. Now let's do a storytelling fluency drill. I'll give you a word and you'll create a short story with it. Ready? Word 1. Concert. Example. Last summer, I went to a concert with my friend Michael. The music was amazing and the crowd was full of energy. We sang along to our favorite songs and it was one of the best nights of the year. Word 2, trip example. In July, I took a trip to the beach with my family. We played volleyball, swam in the ocean, and watched the sunset together. It was a wonderful trip and I'll never forget it. Word 3, birthday. Example. Last month, my friend Jessica had a birthday party at her house. We decorated the living room with balloons, ate cake, and played games. Everyone had a lot of fun, and Jessica was really happy. These drills help you connect events naturally and practice past tense verbs in context. Now let's turn to school and study conversations. These are especially useful if you are a student. But even if you are not, they give you practice in describing routines, subjects, and goals. Imagine you are at college and your classmate Amanda asks, "What classes are you taking this semester?" A short answer might be English and history. But at the intermediate level, you can expand. I'm taking English, history, and biology this semester. English is my favorite because I enjoy improving my language skills, but biology is also interesting since we're learning about human anatomy. Repeat after me. I'm taking English, history, and biology this semester. English is my favorite because I enjoy improving my language skills, but biology is also interesting since we're learning about human anatomy. Again, I'm taking English, history, and biology this semester. English is my favorite because I enjoy improving my language skills, but biology is also interesting since we're learning about human anatomy. Now, let's try another version. I'm studying math and economics this semester. Math is a little challenging for me, but I like economics because it helps me understand how the world works. Practice with me. I'm studying math and economics this semester. Math is a little challenging for me, but I like economics because it helps me understand how the world works. Excellent. Now, imagine your teacher, Mr. Johnson, asks, "How's your homework going?" You could answer, "It's going fine, but I need more time to finish the essay for history class." Or, "I've done most of the homework, but I still have some math problems to solve before tomorrow." Repeat with me. It's going fine, but I need more time to finish the essay for history class. Again. It's going fine, but I need more time to finish the essay for history class. Now, I've done most of the homework, but I still have some math problems to solve before tomorrow. Again, I've done most of the homework, but I still have some math problems to solve before tomorrow. School conversations often involve explaining progress, challenges, and preferences. The more detail you add, the more fluent you sound. Now, let's move into opinions about movies and books. These are very common topics in social conversations. Imagine your friend Michael asks, "Have you seen any good movies recently?" Instead of just saying, "Yes," you could say, "Yes, Michael. I watched a comedy last weekend called The Family Trip. It was really funny and I especially enjoyed the character played by Amanda. I definitely recommend it. Repeat after me. Yes, Michael. I watched a comedy last weekend called The Family Trip. It was really funny and I especially enjoyed the character played by Amanda. I definitely recommend it again. Yes, Michael. I watched a comedy last weekend called The Family Trip. It was really funny and I enjoyed the character played by Amanda. I definitely recommend it. Now, let's try another example. I watched an action movie last Friday with my friend Jessica. The story was exciting, but the ending was a little predictable. Say it with me. I watched an action movie last Friday with my friend Jessica. The story was exciting, but the ending was a little predictable. Again, I watched an action movie last Friday with my friend Jessica. The story was exciting, but the ending was a little predictable. Now, imagine someone asks, "Do you like reading books?" Instead of answering, "Yes, I like books," you can say, "Yes, I enjoy reading novels, especially mystery and thriller stories. Last month, I read a book by Daniel Brown, and I couldn't put it down because the plot was so intense." Practice with me. Yes, I enjoy reading novels, especially mystery and thriller stories. Last month, I read a book by Daniel Brown, and I couldn't put it down because the plot was so intense. Again, yes, I enjoy reading novels, especially mystery and thriller stories. Last month, I read a book by Daniel Brown, and I couldn't put it down because the plot was so intense. Opinions about movies and books are not only fun to share, but they also help you practice adjectives, explanations, and recommendations. Now, let's practice longer storytelling. Storytelling at the intermediate level should include time expressions, descriptions, and feelings. Let me give you an example. Last year during the summer, I traveled to California with my family. We started in Los Angeles where we visited Hollywood and walked along the Walk of Fame. It was very crowded but exciting. Then we drove to San Francisco and crossed the Golden Gate Bridge, which was an amazing experience. The weather was cooler there and we enjoyed walking by the ocean. By the end of the trip, I felt tired but very happy because it was one of the best vacations I've ever had. Repeat with me. Last year during the summer, I traveled to California with my family. We started in Los Angeles where we visited Hollywood and walked along the Walk of Fame. It was very crowded but exciting. Then we drove to San Francisco and crossed the Golden Gate Bridge, which was an amazing experience. The weather was cooler there and we enjoyed walking by the ocean. By the end of the trip, I felt tired but very happy because it was one of the best vacations I've ever had. Now, let's try another story. 2 weeks ago, I went to a birthday party for my friend Amanda. The party was at her house and she decorated the living room with balloons and lights. There was music playing and everyone was dancing and laughing. At one point, Jessica surprised Amanda with a big cake and everyone sang happy birthday. Amanda looked so happy and it was a really fun night for all of us. Practice with me. 2 weeks ago, I went to a birthday party for my friend Amanda. The party was at her house and she decorated the living room with balloons and lights. There was music playing and everyone was dancing and laughing. At one point, Jessica surprised Amanda with a big cake and everyone sang happy birthday. Amanda looked so happy and it was a really fun night for all of us. These kinds of stories give you a chance to practice verbs in the past tense, describe events, and share emotions. Now it's your turn. Think of a celebration you've attended. Maybe a holiday, a wedding, or a graduation. Try to describe it in 3 or 4 sentences with details about what happened, who was there, and how you felt. Speak it aloud now. Very good. Let's make storytelling practice more interactive with role-play. Imagine your coworker Daniel asks, "Did you do anything interesting last weekend?" Instead of just saying, "No, try this." Yes, Daniel. I went to the park with my cousin Emily. We had a picnic by the lake and then we rented bikes and rode around the park. It was relaxing and fun at the same time. Repeat after me. Yes, Daniel. I went to the park with my cousin Emily. We had a picnic by the lake and then we rented bikes and rode around the park. It was relaxing and fun at the same time again. Yes, Daniel. I went to the park with my cousin Emily. We had a picnic by the lake and then we rented bikes and rode around the park. It was relaxing and fun at the same time. This shows how to respond in a natural way that feels like real conversation. Before we close this practice, let's do a fluency drill with quick prompts for storytelling. Ready? Word 1, school. Example. Last semester, I studied very hard for my exams. And when I got the results, I was happy because I passed all my classes with good grades. Word 2, movie. Example. Last weekend, I went to see a movie with my friend Michael. And even though the story was a little long, the acting was excellent and we really enjoyed it. Word 3, book. Example. I just finished reading a book last night and the ending surprised me because I didn't expect what happened to the main character. These drills keep your storytelling skills sharp and help you move smoothly between ideas. Let's practice conversations where you need to ask for services or make a complaint. These situations can feel uncomfortable, but at the B1 and B2 levels, you should know how to express yourself politely but clearly. Imagine you are at a restaurant and your food arrives cold. Instead of just saying, "This is cold," you can politely say, "Excuse me, Jessica, my soup is a little cold. Could you please warm it up for me?" Repeat after me. Excuse me, Jessica. My soup is a little cold. Could you please warm it up for me? Again. Excuse me, Jessica. My soup is a little cold. Could you please warm it up for me? Here's another example. If you are at a hotel and the air conditioning isn't working, you can say, "Hello, David. The air conditioning in my room isn't working properly. Could someone please come to fix it?" Practice with me. Hello, David. The air conditioning in my room isn't working properly. Could someone please come to fix it? Again. Hello, David. The air conditioning in my room isn't working properly. Could someone please come to fix it? If you ordered something online and it didn't arrive, you could say on the phone, "Hi, Amanda. I ordered a package 2 weeks ago, but it hasn't arrived yet. Could you check the status for me?" Repeat with me. Hi, Amanda. I ordered a package 2 weeks ago, but it hasn't arrived yet. Could you check the status for me again? Hi, Amanda. I ordered a package 2 weeks ago, but it hasn't arrived yet. Could you check the status for me? Notice how each of these examples is polite, but also direct. That balance is important in English, especially in American culture. Now, let's move into asking for services. For example, at a hair salon, you might say, "Hi, Jessica. I'd like to get a haircut today. Could you make it a little shorter, but please keep the layers?" Practice with me. "Hi, Jessica. I'd like to get a haircut, too. Day. Could you make it a little shorter, but please keep the layers?" Again. "Hi, Jessica. I'd like to get a haircut today. Could you make it a little shorter, but please keep the layers?" At the dry cleaners, you might say, "Hello, I'd like to drop off these shirts for cleaning. Could you have them ready by Friday?" Repeat after me. "Hello, I'd like to drop off these shirts for cleaning. Could you have them ready by Friday?" Again. "Hello, I'd like to drop off these shirts for cleaning. Could you have them ready by Friday?" At the bank, you might say, "Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Johnson. I'd like to open a new savings account, please." Practice with me. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Johnson. I'd like to open a new savings account, please. Again. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Johnson. I'd like to open a new savings account, please. These service interactions prepare you for real tasks in English-speaking environments. Now, let's practice problem-solving conversations. Imagine you are at the airport and your flight is delayed. You could ask, "Excuse me, Michael. Do you know how long the delay will be for Flight 325 to Chicago?" Repeat with me. Excuse me, Michael. Do you know how long the delay will be for Flight 325 to Chicago again? Excuse me, Michael. Do you know how long the delay will be for Flight 325 to Chicago? If your phone stops working and you go to the store, you might say, "Hi, my phone isn't turning on and I'm not sure why. Could you please check it and see if it needs to be repaired?" Practice with me. "Hi, my phone isn't turning on and I'm not sure why. Could you please check it and see if it needs to be repaired again?" Hi, my phone isn't turning on and I'm not sure why. Could you please check it and see if it needs to be repaired? If you miss the bus and you're late to work, you can explain to your manager. "I'm sorry I'm late, David. The bus broke down on the way and I had to wait for another one." Repeat after me. "I'm sorry I'm late, David. The bus broke down on the way and I had to wait for another one again." "I'm sorry I'm late, David. The bus broke down on the way and I had to wait for another one." These small problem-solving sentences make you ready for unexpected situations. Now, let's do role-play practice. Imagine you are at a cafe and your coffee order is wrong. The barista Amanda gave you black coffee, but you ordered a latte. You could say, "Excuse me, Amanda, I actually ordered a latte, not black coffee. Could you please change it for me?" Say it with me. Excuse me, Amanda. I actually ordered a latte, not black coffee. Could you please change it for me? Again. Excuse me, Amanda. I actually ordered a latte, not black coffee. Could you please change it for me? Now, imagine you are at a clothing store, and the shirt you bought yesterday has a rip. You could say, "Hello, I bought this shirt yesterday, but I just noticed there's a small tear in the sleeve. Could I exchange it for another one?" Repeat after me. Hello. I bought this shirt yesterday, but I just noticed there's a small tear in the sleeve. Could I exchange it for another one? Again. Hello. I bought this shirt yesterday, but I just noticed there's a small tear in the sleeve. Could I exchange it for another one? These polite complaints help you practice clear, confident English. Now, let's take problem-solving into daily conversations. Imagine you are planning a picnic with your friend Jessica, but it starts to rain. You could say, "Looks like it's raining, Jessica. Instead of a picnic, why don't we go to a cafe and spend some time there?" Practice with me. Looks like it's raining, Jessica. Instead of a picnic, why don't we go to a cafe and spend some time there? Again. Looks like it's raining, Jessica. Instead of a picnic, why don't we go to a cafe and spend some time here? Problem solving is not only about fixing issues. It's also about suggesting alternatives. Let's practice more alternatives. The restaurant is closed today. How about we order takeout instead? Repeat after me. The restaurant is closed today. How about we order takeout instead? Again. The restaurant is closed today. How about we order takeout instead? Or the store doesn't have the shoes I wanted in my size. Maybe I'll try ordering them online. Practice with me. The store doesn't have the shoes I wanted in my size. Maybe I'll try ordering them online again. The store doesn't have the shoes I wanted in my size. Maybe I'll try ordering them online. This way, your English doesn't stop when something goes wrong. You keep the conversation flowing. Now, let's practice more advanced role plays combining these situations. Imagine you are at a hotel in New York. The receptionist named Michael gives you a room, but when you arrive, the keycard doesn't work. You go back to the desk and say, "Hi, Michael. My keycard isn't working for room 307. Could you please give me a new one?" Repeat with me. "Hi, Michael. My keycard isn't working for room 307. Could you please give me a new one?" Again. "Hi, Michael. My keycard isn't working for room 307. Could you please give me a new one?" Now imagine you are flying to Los Angeles and the airline lost your luggage. At the counter, you say, "Hello, my name is Daniel Johnson. I just arrived on flight 210 from Chicago, but my suitcase didn't come out. Could you help me track it, please?" Say it with me. "Hello, my name is Daniel Johnson. I just arrived on flight 210 from Chicago, but my suitcase didn't come out. Could you help me track it please again?" "Hello, my name is Daniel Johnson. I just arrived on flight 210 from Chicago, but my suitcase didn't come out. Could you help me track it, please?" These role plays prepare you for real conversations that test your fluency in stressful situations. Before we finish this section, let's do a fluency drill with quick prompts where you add detail and practice problem solving. Ready? Word 1, restaurant. Example. Yesterday I went to a restaurant, but they forgot my order. I politely asked the waiter to check and he fixed it quickly. Word 2, hotel. Example. When I checked into the hotel, the TV didn't work, so I called the front desk and they sent someone to repair it. Word 3, store. Example, I bought a pair of shoes at the store, but they were too small, so I went back and exchanged them for a bigger size. These drills make your English flexible and practical, ready for the unexpected moments in life. Let's spend some time talking about hobbies. Hobbies are not just fun to discuss. They are also excellent practice for expanding your sentences and sounding more fluent. When someone asks, "What do you do in your free time?" you already know how to give short answers like, "I read" or "I watch TV." But now it's time to expand with details, reasons, and feelings. For example, you could say, "In my free time, I like playing basketball with my friend Daniel. We usually meet at the park near my house, and playing helps me relax after a busy week." Repeat after me. In my free time, I like playing basketball with my friend Daniel. We usually meet at the park near my house, and playing helps me relax after a busy week. Again, in my free time, I like playing basketball with my friend Daniel. We usually meet at the park near my house, and playing helps me relax after a busy week. Here's another example. I enjoy cooking on weekends. My sister Jessica and I often try new recipes, and sometimes we invite friends over to taste what we made. It's a fun way to spend time together and share food. Practice with me. I enjoy cooking on weekends. My sister Jessica and I often try new recipes, and sometimes we invite friends over to taste what we made. It's a fun way to spend time together and share food again. I enjoy cooking on weekends. My sister Jessica and I often try new recipes, and sometimes we invite friends over to taste what we made. It's a fun way to spend time together and share food. Now it's your turn. Think about your favorite hobby. Add a detail about how often you do it, who you do it with, or why you like it. Speak it out loud now. Excellent. Hobbies are also a good way to start conversations. Imagine your coworker Amanda asks, "What do you usually do after work?" Instead of just saying, "I watch TV," you could say, "I usually watch TV after work, but lately I've been learning guitar. It's challenging, but I enjoy practicing a little every evening." Say it with me. I usually watch TV after work, but lately I've been learning guitar. It's challenging, but I enjoy practicing a little every evening. Again. I usually watch TV after work, but lately I've been learning guitar. It's challenging, but I enjoy practicing a little every evening. Now, let's move into personal goals. At the intermediate level, you should be able to talk about your goals for the future clearly and with confidence. For example, one of my goals this year is to improve my English speaking fluency. I'm practicing every day by watching videos, repeating sentences, and trying to think in English as much as possible. Repeat after me. One of my goals this year is to improve my English speaking fluency. I'm practicing every day by watching videos, repeating sentences, and trying to think in English as much as possible. Again, one of my goals this year is to improve my English speaking fluency. I'm practicing every day by watching videos, repeating sentences, and trying to think in English as much as possible. Another example could be, I want to get healthier this year. My goal is to exercise at least 3 times a week and eat more vegetables and fruits. Practice with me. I want to get healthier this year. My goal is to exercise at least 3 times a week and eat more vegetables and fruits. Again, I want to get healthier this year. My goal is to exercise at least 3 times a week and eat more vegetables and fruits. Personal goals show motivation and determination, and they also give you practice with phrases like, one of my goals is, and I want to. Now, let's practice role play. Imagine you're having a conversation with your friend Michael and he asks, do you have any goals for this year? You could answer, yes, Michael. My goal is to save money for a new car. I'm trying to be careful with my spending so I can reach that goal by the end of the year. Repeat with me. Yes, Michael. My goal is to save money for a new car. I'm trying to be careful with my spending so I can reach that goal by the end of the year again. Yes, Michael. My goal is to save money for a new car. I'm trying to be careful with my spending so I can reach that goal by the end of the year. Now, let's talk about future dreams. At the intermediate level, you should be able to describe your dreams in full sentences with explanations. For example, one of my dreams is to travel across the United States. I'd love to visit New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago because each city has a unique culture and history. Say it with me. One of my dreams is to travel across the United States. I'd love to visit New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago because each city has a unique culture and history. Again, one of my dreams is to travel across the United States. I'd love to visit New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago because each city has a unique culture and history. Another dream could be, I'd like to become a teacher one day. I think teaching is meaningful and I'd enjoy helping students learn and grow. Practice with me. I'd like to become a teacher one day. I think teaching is meaningful and I'd enjoy helping students learn and grow again. I'd like to become a teacher one day. I think teaching is meaningful and I'd enjoy helping students learn and grow. Dreams give you the chance to use conditional and future sentences. For example, if I could choose, I would live near the beach. I imagine waking up to the sound of the waves and going for a walk every morning. Repeat after me. If I could choose, I would live near the beach. I imagine waking up to the sound of the waves and going for a walk every morning. Again, if I could choose, I would live near the beach. I imagine waking up to the sound of the waves and going for a walk every morning. Now, let's do a storytelling exercise with goals and dreams. Imagine your friend Jessica asks, what do you want to do in the next 5 years? You could answer, in the next 5 years, I'd like to finish my degree, find a good job, and hopefully travel to Europe. I want to visit Paris, Rome, and Madrid because I've always dreamed of seeing those cities in person. Say it with me. In the next 5 years, I'd like to finish my degree, find a good job, and hopefully travel to Europe. I want to visit Paris, Rome, and Madrid because I've always dreamed of seeing those cities in person again. In the next 5 years, I'd like to finish my degree, find a good job, and hopefully travel to Europe. I want to visit Paris, Rome, and Madrid because I've always dreamed of seeing those cities in person. Now, let's try a fluency drill. I'll give you words and you'll make a sentence about your goals or dreams. Ready? Word 1, career. Example, my goal is to build a successful career in medicine because I want to help people live healthier lives. Word 2, travel. Example, my dream is to travel to California and see the Golden Gate Bridge because I've seen it in movies and it looks amazing. Word 3, family. Example, in the future, I'd like to spend more time with my family because being close to them is very important to me. When you practice with goals and dreams, you develop the ability to speak for longer, connect ideas, and share personal thoughts. This is a key step in moving from B1 toward B2 fluency. Let's practice conversations about daily problems. Everyone faces small problems in life, and knowing how to talk about them in English makes you sound more natural. Imagine you're talking to your friend Amanda and you say, "My car didn't start this morning, so I had to take the bus to work." Repeat after me. My car didn't start this morning, so I had to take the bus to work. Again, my car didn't start this morning, so I had to take the bus to work. Here's another example. I forgot my umbrella today. And of course it started raining as soon as I left the office. Say it with me. I forgot my umbrella today. And of course it started raining as soon as I left the office. Again. I forgot my umbrella today. And of course it started raining as soon as I left the office. Or the internet stopped working last night and I couldn't finish my homework, so I'll need to do it today. Practice with me. The internet stopped working last night and I couldn't finish my homework, so I'll need to do it today. Again, the internet stopped working last night and I couldn't finish my homework, so I'll need to do it today. Daily problems can be small, but talking about them gives you a chance to practice connecting ideas with words like so, because, and of course. Now, let's practice role play. Imagine you're telling your coworker Daniel, "I was late this morning because the bus was delayed." Repeat after me. I was late this morning because the bus was delayed. Again, I was late this morning because the bus was delayed. Or imagine you're speaking with your friend Jessica. I spilled coffee on my shirt today, so I had to change before the meeting. Practice with me. I spilled coffee on my shirt today, so I had to change before the meeting. Again. I spilled coffee on my shirt today, so I had to change before the meeting. These small daily problems are excellent practice because they connect past events with consequences. Now, let's practice giving advice. At the intermediate level, you should be able to use phrases like "you should," "why don't you," and "if I were you," to sound natural. For example, if your friend Michael says, "I'm really tired these days," you could answer, "You should try going to bed earlier and turning off your phone before sleeping." Repeat after me. You should try going to bed earlier and turning off your phone before sleeping. Again, you should try going to bed earlier and turning off your phone before sleeping. Here's another example. If Amanda says, "I don't know what to cook for dinner tonight," you could say, "Why don't you make some pasta? It's quick and easy." Practice with me. Why don't you make some pasta? It's quick and easy. Again, why don't you make some pasta? It's quick and easy. If your friend Daniel says, "I'm nervous about my English test," you could say, "If I were you, I'd practice speaking out loud every day, even for just 15 minutes. Say it with me. If I were you, I'd practice speaking out loud every day, even for just 15 minutes. Again, if I were you, I'd practice speaking out loud every day, even for just 15 minutes. These phrases make your advice sound friendly and supportive. Now, let's try some role play. Imagine Jessica tells you, "I don't have enough time to study." You could answer, "Maybe you should make a study schedule and set aside 30 minutes every evening." Practice with me. Maybe you should make a study schedule and set aside 30 minutes every evening. Again. Maybe you should make a study schedule and set aside 30 minutes every evening. Or if Michael says, "I want to get healthier," you can say, "Why don't you start by going for a walk every morning before work?" Repeat after me. Why don't you start by going for a walk every morning before work? Again, why don't you start by going for a walk every morning before work? Giving advice like this is not only polite but also helps you practice conditional sentences and modal verbs. Now let's move into agreeing and disagreeing politely. At the intermediate level, you should be able to agree strongly, agree partially, or disagree respectfully. Imagine your friend Amanda says, "I think learning English every day is the best way to improve." You could answer, "I completely agree, Amanda. Daily practice really makes a big difference." Repeat after me. I completely agree, Amanda. Daily practice really makes a big difference. Again, I completely agree, Amanda. Daily practice really makes a big difference. Now imagine Michael says, "I think watching movies is better than reading books for learning English." You might agree partially. I see your point, Michael. Movies are great for listening practice, but I also think reading is important for vocabulary. Practice with me. I see your point, Michael. Movies are great for listening practice, but I also think reading is important for vocabulary. Again, I see your point, Michael. Movies are great for listening practice, but I also think reading is important for vocabulary. Now, imagine Daniel says, "I don't think practice. Sing every day is necessary." You can disagree politely. I understand what you mean, Daniel. But I think regular practice, even just a little each day, helps build good habits. Say it with me. I understand what you mean, Daniel, but I think regular practice, even just a little each day, helps build good habits. Again, I understand what you mean, Daniel, but I think regular practice, even just a little each day, helps build good habits. Agreeing and disagreeing gives you practice with connecting words like but, although, and I see your point, which are useful in real discussions. Now, let's try some role-play practice. Imagine you're at lunch with your coworker Jessica and she says, "I think working from home is better than working in the office." Try answering politely with agreement or partial agreement. Good. Now try again. This time with polite disagreement. Excellent. Or imagine Michael says, "I think studying in the morning is more effective than studying at night." Repeat with me. Yes, I agree. Michael, I also find mornings are the best time to focus. And now a polite disagreement. I see what you mean, Michael, but I prefer studying at night when it's quiet and calm. This type of practice helps you handle conversations where people have different opinions. Before we close this section, let's do a fluency drill with prompts for giving advice and opinions. Ready? Prompt 1, sleep. Example, if I were you, I'd try to get at least 7 hours of sleep every night because it really helps with energy and focus. Prompt 2, study. Example, you should try to study a little bit every day instead of doing everything at the last minute. Prompt 3, exercise. Example, why don't you go for a short run in the park after work? It's a good way to stay healthy and clear your mind. These drills combine advice and daily life problems, helping you practice fluency with real-world situations. Let's practice conversations about culture. At the intermediate level, you should be able to describe traditions, compare them, and share your personal experiences. For example, you might say, "In the United States, Thanksgiving is one of the most important holidays." Families usually gather for dinner, eat turkey, and spend time together sharing what they are thankful for. Repeat after me. In the United States, Thanksgiving is one of the most important holidays. Families usually gather for dinner, eat turkey, and spend time together sharing what they are thankful for. Again, in the United States, Thanksgiving is one of the most important holidays. Families usually gather for dinner, eat turkey, and spend time together sharing what they are thankful for. Here's another example. On the 4th of July, many Americans celebrate with fireworks, parades, and barbecues. It's a holiday that reminds people of independence and freedom. Say it with me. On the 4th of July, many Americans celebrate with fireworks, parades, and barbecues. It's a holiday that reminds people of independence and freedom. Again, on the 4th of July, many Americans celebrate with fireworks, parades, and barbecues. It's a holiday that reminds people of independence and freedom. Now it's your turn. Think about an important holiday or cultural event where you live. Try to describe what people usually do, what food they eat, and how they celebrate. Speak it out loud now. Great. Now, let's move into celebrations. Celebrations are a wonderful topic to practice because they include stories, people, and emotions. For example, you can say, "Last Christmas, my family decorated the house with lights and a big tree. On Christmas Eve, we exchanged gifts and had dinner together. It was such a warm and happy time." Repeat after me. Last Christmas, my family decorated the house with lights and a big trods. On Christmas Eve, we exchanged gifts and had dinner together. It was such a warm and happy time again. Last Christmas, my family decorated the house with lights and a big tree. On Christmas Eve, we exchanged gifts and had dinner together. It was such a warm and happy time. Another example, for my birthday last year, my friends surprised me with a party at Jessica's apartment. They decorated the place with balloons, played my favorite music, and even made a chocolate cake. I was so touched and grateful. Say it with me. For my birthday last year, my friends surprised me with a party at Jessica's apartment. They decorated the place with balloons, played my favorite music, and even made a chocolate cake. I was so touched and grateful again. For my birthday last year, my friends surprised me with a party at Jessica's apartment. They decorated the place with balloons, played my favorite music, and even made a chocolate cake. I was so touched and grateful. Now, let's role play. Imagine your coworker Daniel asks, "Did you celebrate your birthday this year?" Instead of saying, "Yes," give a full answer with detail. For example, "Yes, Daniel, I went out to dinner with my family and then we had cake at home. It was simple but very nice." Practice your own version out loud. Now, excellent. Now, let's practice travel stories. Travel is one of the most exciting topics to discuss, and it gives you the chance to use past tense verbs, descriptions, and opinions. For example, 2 years ago, I visited New York City with my cousin Amanda. We walked through Central Park, saw Times Square at night, and even took a boat ride near the Statue of Liberty. It was an unforgettable trip. Repeat after me. 2 years ago, I visited New York City with my cousin Amanda. We walked through Central Park, saw Times Square at night, and even took a boat ride near the Statue of Liberty. It was an unforgettable trip again. 2 years ago, I visited New York City with my cousin Amanda. We walked through Central Park, saw Times Square at night, and even took a boat ride near the Statue of Liberty. It was an unforgettable trip. Here's another example. Last summer, I went to Florida with my friend Jessica. We spent most of the time on the beach swimming and enjoying the sun. One day, we visited Disney World, and it was so much fun to feel like a kid again. Practice with me. Last summer, I went to Florida with my friend Jessica. We spent most of the time on the beach, swimming, and enjoying the sun. One day we visited Disney World and it was so much fun to feel like a kid again. Music. Last summer I went to Florida with my friend Jessica. We spent most of the time on the beach swimming and enjoying the sun. One day we visited Disney World and it was so much fun to feel like a kid again. Now it's your turn. Think of a place you visited. Describe what you saw, what you did, and how you felt. Speak it out loud now. Very good. Now, let's move into deeper conversations about personal opinions. At the intermediate level, you should be able to share not just what you like, but also why. For example, if Michael asks, "Do you like big cities or small towns?" You could answer, "I prefer living in a big city because there are more opportunities for work and entertainment, but I also think small towns are nice for their peace and quiet." Repeat after me. I prefer living in a big city because there are more opportunities for work and entertainment, but I also think small towns are nice for their peace and quiet. Again, I prefer living in a big city because there are more opportunities for work and entertainment, but I also think small towns are nice for their peace and quiet. Or if Amanda asks, "What do you think about learning online versus learning in a classroom?" You could say, "I believe learning online is very convenient because you can do it from anywhere. But classroom learning is also valuable because you can interact directly with teachers and classmates." Say it with me. I believe learning online is very convenient because you can do it from anywhere. But classroom learning is also valuable because you can interact directly with teachers and classmates. Again, I believe learning online is very convenient because you can do it from anywhere. But classroom learning is also valuable because you can interact directly with teachers and classmates. Now let's role play. Imagine Daniel says, "I think learning English is easier when you watch movies." You could answer, "I agree with you, Daniel, because movies help with listening, but I also think speaking practice is important to build fluency." Practice your version now. Good. Deeper opinions make your English richer and help you connect ideas more naturally. Now, let's do a fluency drill combining culture, celebrations, travel, and opinions. Ready? Prompt 1, holiday. Example, "My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving because I enjoy spending time with family and eating a big meal together." Prompt 2, trip example. Last winter I took a trip to Chicago with my friend Michael. We visited museums, ate deep dish pizza, and walked along the snowy streets. Prompt 3, opinion. Example. In my opinion, reading books is one of the best ways to improve vocabulary because you see words in context and remember them better. These drills bring everything together: past tense, descriptions, and personal opinions. And this is exactly the kind of practice that builds confidence for real conversations. Let's take some time for extended storytelling practice. Storytelling is one of the best ways to practice fluency because it allows you to connect events, feelings, and opinions in one long answer. Imagine your friend Amanda asks, "What was one of the best days you've had recently?" You might say, one of the best days I had recently was when I went hiking with my friend Jessica. We left early in the morning and the weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. On the trail, we saw beautiful trees and even some deer. At the top of the hill, we sat down, had lunch, and enjoyed the view of the whole valley. It felt peaceful, and it reminded me how much I love nature. Repeat after me. One of the best days I had recently was when I went hiking with my friend Jessica. We left early in the morning and the weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. On the trail, we saw beautiful trees and even some deer. At the top of the hill, we sat down, had lunch, and enjoyed the view of the whole valley. It felt peaceful, and it reminded me how much I love nature. Again. One of the best days I had recently was when I went hiking with my friend Jessica. We left early in the morning and the weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. On the trail, we saw beautiful trees and even some deer. At the top of the hill, we sat down, had lunch, and enjoyed the view of the whole valley. It felt peaceful and it reminded me how much I love nature. Now, let's try another story. Imagine Michael asks, have you ever had a funny experience at work? You might answer, yes, Michael. One day the lights went out in the office during a big meeting. We were all sitting in the dark for a few minutes and my coworker Daniel joked that we should continue the meeting by candlelight. Everyone laughed and the mood became much lighter. It turned a stressful moment into a funny memory. Say it with me. Yes, Michael. One day the lights went out in the office during a big meeting. We were all sitting in the dark for a few minutes and my coworker Daniel joked that we should continue the meeting by candlelight. Everyone laughed and the mood became much lighter. It turned a stressful moment into a funny memory again. Yes, Michael. One day the lights went out in the office during a big meeting. We were all sitting in the dark for a few minutes and my coworker Daniel joked that we should continue the meeting by candlelight. Everyone laughed and the mood became much lighter. It turned a stressful moment into a funny memory. Storytelling like this helps you combine humor, description, and sequence words like first, then, finally, or one day. Now, let's reflect with some practice questions that help you think and speak at the same time. I'll ask a question and you try to answer it out loud with as much detail as possible. Don't just give one sentence. Try to expand into 3 or 4 sentences. Question 1. What was your favorite trip in the past 5 years? Think of the city, who you went with, what you did, and how you felt. Speak your answer now. Good. Question 2. What's one of your goals for the future, and why is it important to you? Try to connect the goal to your personal feelings or experiences. Speak it out now. Excellent. Question 3. What's a hobby or activity that makes you happy and how often do you do it? Describe it with detail. The place, the people, the time. Say your answer now. Perfect. These reflection exercises are powerful because they train you to think in English while speaking. That is the true key to fluency. Now, let's practice more with agreeing and disagreeing. But in longer answers, imagine Jessica says, I think learning English is harder than learning Spanish. You could say, I see your point, Jess. See, English has many irregular verbs and difficult spelling, but I think Spanish has its own challenges with verb conjugations. In the end, it depends on the learner's background. Repeat after me. I see your point, Jessica. English has many irregular verbs and difficult spelling, but I think Spanish has its own challenges with verb conjugations. In the end, it depends on the learner's background. Again, I see your point, Jessica. English has many irregular verbs and difficult spelling, but I think Spanish has its own challenges with verb conjugations. In the end, it depends on the learner's background. Now, imagine Daniel says, I don't think daily practice is necessary. Maybe once a week is enough. You could reply, I understand what you're saying, Daniel, but I believe daily practice, even if it's short, helps the brain stay active with the language. It keeps the words fresh and builds stronger habits. Say it with me. I understand what you're saying, Daniel, but I believe daily practice, even if it's short, helps the brain stay active with the language. It keeps the words fresh and builds stronger habits. Again, I understand what you're saying, Daniel, but I believe daily practice, even if it's short, helps the brain stay active with the language. It keeps the words fresh and builds stronger habits. This type of polite discussion practice prepares you for conversations where people have different views. Now, let's do one final fluency drill. Bringing together everything we've practiced, past, present, future, opinions, and storytelling. I'll give you a word and you create a full response in English with detail. Word 1, family. Example, last weekend I spent the day with my family at my parents' house. We had lunch together, talked about our week, and played board games. It was simple but really enjoyable. Word 2, school. Example. When I was in school, my favorite subject was history because I loved learning stories about the past. Now I try to read history books in English to keep improving my vocabulary. Word 3, dream. Example, one of my biggest dreams is to travel around the world. I'd like to visit famous cities, meet new people, and learn about different cultures. I believe it would be a life-changing experience. These final drills show how much progress you've made from single sentences to full answers with details, opinions, and feelings. And now, as we come to the end of this master class, I want you to take a moment to think about how much practice you've done today. You repeated sentences. You built longer answers. You shared opinions. And you even practiced telling stories. Each of these steps takes you closer to fluency. Remember, fluency doesn't come overnight. It comes from small, consistent practice every single day. Even 10 or 15 minutes can make a big difference if you stay consistent. So, keep practicing, keep repeating, and keep challenging yourself with real English conversations. I hope this lesson helped you feel more confident with your English. And I want to thank you for spending this time with me. It shows your dedication and your commitment to improving step by step. Before we finish, don't forget to subscribe to English in Minutes and press the bell icon so you never miss a lesson that can help you grow your fluency. We upload new English learning videos regularly, and each one is designed to help you practice in a real and natural way. So, keep practicing, stay positive, and believe in yourself. You are on your way to becoming a confident English speaker. Thank you again for joining me today. I'm Emily, and I'll see you in the next lesson. You know that feeling when someone speaks to you in English, and you hear the words, but your brain just can't keep up? It's like trying to catch water with your hands. The sounds slip right through your fingers, and you're left standing there with a polite, confused smile. I've been there. I spent years studying grammar, memorizing vocabulary lists, but when it came to a real conversation, I felt completely lost. The problem wasn't my knowledge. The problem was my ears. They weren't trained for the speed, the rhythm, the music of everyday English. And that's exactly what we're going to fix, together, starting right now. Welcome to your daily practice for fluency. I'm your guide on this journey, and this is more than just a listening exercise. This is about rewiring your brain to understand English as it's actually spoken by real people in real situations. We're going to move beyond the perfect, slow English of textbooks and dive into the messy, beautiful, and fast world of daily conversations. The goal here is not just to understand the words, but to feel the flow, to predict what comes next, and to finally turn that confusing noise into clear, understandable language. Our method is simple, but powerful. We will listen to a conversation first at a slightly slower pace, just to get comfortable with the topic and the main ideas. Then, we'll listen to it again at a natural, native speed. This is the key. This repetition is like strength training for your listening muscles. The first listen builds your confidence, the second listen challenges your brain to catch everything in real time. After that, we'll break it down. We'll look at the specific phrases, the linking of words, the reductions that native speakers use without even thinking. Things like gonna instead of going to, or how what did you often sounds like wadaya. These aren't mistakes, they're the secret code to fluent comprehension. Our first conversation today is a classic, ordering coffee. It seems simple, right? But this is where so many learners get tripped up by the speed and the questions. So, get ready. Find a quiet space, put on your headphones if you can, and let's begin. Listen carefully the first time just for the gist. Don't worry about every single word. Just try to answer this. What kind of coffee does the customer order? Okay? Here we go. Okay, so how did you do? Did you catch what the customer ordered? Don't worry if it felt a bit fast, that's completely normal. This is our training ground. Let's listen to that conversation again, but this time, I'll play it at a slower pace. I want you to focus on the flow of the questions and answers. Here it is. Barista, hi there, what can I get for you today? Customer, hi. Can I get a large latte, please? Barista, sure thing. Would you like that hot or iced? Customer, iced, please. And can I have an extra shot of espresso in that? Barista, absolutely. That'll be a large iced latte with an extra shot. Anything else for you? Customer, no, that's all, thanks. Barista, okay, your total is $5.75. Now, that was clearer, right? You probably heard large latte, iced, and extra shot. But notice how the barista speaks in chunks. What can I get for you today is a single unit of meaning. This is crucial for listening. We don't hear individual words, we hear phrases. Now, for the real challenge. Let's listen to the exact same conversation at a natural, everyday speed. This is how it would really sound in a busy coffee shop. Ready? Listen for how the words connect together. Barista, hey, what can I get for ya? Customer, hey. Yeah, can I get a large latte? Barista, sure. Hot or iced? Customer, iced, please. And can I get an extra shot in that? Barista, yep, large iced latte with an extra shot. Anything else? Customer, that's it, thanks. Barista, cool, that's $5.75. Hear the difference? It's faster, more casual. The pronunciation changes. For you became for ya. What can I get sounded like what can I get? This is connected speech, and it's the #1 reason learners struggle with listening comprehension. Your brain is trained for textbook English, but real English is full of these links and reductions. Let's break it down. First, the question, what can I get for you? In fast speech, what can I often blends into what can I. The T sound in what becomes a soft D because it's followed by can. This is called assimilation. Then, for you reduces to for ya because it's quicker to say. This isn't lazy English, it's efficient English. Another key point is the intonation. The barista's voice goes up at the end of what can I get for ya, indicating a question. Listen for that musicality, it gives you clues about the meaning. A great tip for you, when practicing, shadow the speaker. That means repeating what you hear immediately after, trying to copy the rhythm and speed. Even if you can't do it perfectly, it trains your mouth and ears to work together. This conversation also uses common polite phrases like can I get? And anything else? These are gold mines for daily use. Remember, fluency isn't about using big words, it's about mastering these small, frequent exchanges. Now, I want you to listen to the natural version one more time. This time, close your eyes and just try to feel the rhythm. Don't translate, just listen. Ready? Amazing! You're already training your ears to hear the music of English, not just the words. That shift in focus is what separates intermediate learners from advanced speakers. But here's a secret most courses don't tell you: understanding one conversation is a great start, but real fluency comes from being able to switch between different topics quickly, just like in real life. Your brain needs to get flexible. So, let's build on that coffee shop confidence and dive into another incredibly common situation: bumping into a neighbor and making small talk. This is where we practice the casual, social English that builds relationships. Small talk might seem simple, but it's packed with subtle cues and predictable patterns. Nailing this will make you sound natural and friendly. Our conversation today is between two neighbors, Alex and Jamie, who meet while getting their mail. Listen first for the general mood. Is it friendly? Rushed? Just get a feel for the interaction. Here's the slower version. Alex, oh, hi Jamie. How are you doing? Jamie, hey Alex. I'm good, thanks. Just getting the mail. How about you? Alex, not too bad, just keeping busy. Did you have a good weekend? Jamie, yeah, it was pretty quiet. Just did some gardening. The weather was finally nice. Alex, I saw that. Your flowers look great. Jamie, thanks. Well, I should probably get going. Have a good one. Alex, you too. See you around. Okay, friendly and brief, right? You heard key phrases like how are you doing and have a good one. Now, let's turn up the speed to real life. In natural speech, this cheerful chat will be much faster, with more connected sounds. Listen closely for how the words blend together this time. Alex, oh, hey Jamie. How you doing? Jamie, hey Alex. I'm good, thanks. Just getting the mail. 'Bout you? Alex, not too bad, keepin' busy. Have a good weekend? Jamie, yeah, 'twas pretty quiet. Just did some gardening. Weather was finally nice. Alex, I saw that. Your flowers look great. Jamie, thanks. Well, I should probably get going. Have a good one. Alex, you too. See ya. Hear the difference? The ing ending softened to in, getting became gettin', gardening became gardening. This is very common in informal speech. Also, how about you was reduced about you, and did you have became have a good weekend, with the did you almost disappearing. This is because in questions, we often skip words that are understood from context. A vital tip for you, in small talk, intonation is everything. Notice how Jamie's voice goes up on how you doin' to show a question and warmth, and then down on I'm good, thanks to show a conclusion. When Alex says your flowers look great, the pitch is higher on great to show genuine enthusiasm. Mimic this music. It conveys meaning as much as the words do. Practice this conversation with a friend, or even by yourself, recording your voice. Try to sound not just correct, but natural and warm. This is how you move from being understood to being liked. Now that you're getting the hang of casual chats, let's level up to a scenario that often makes learners nervous: the telephone conversation. Without body language or facial expressions, listening becomes your only tool, and it can feel intimidating. But what if I told you that phone calls are actually easier because people tend to speak more clearly and use predictable structures? That's right. Once you learn the common patterns, you'll feel a surge of confidence every time your phone rings. Today, we're going to practice a friend calling another friend to make plans for the weekend. This is perfect for learning how to suggest, accept, and arrange details, all essential skills for social fluency. Listen to this first version at a comfortable pace. Pay attention to how they propose the plan and settle on a time and place. Here we go. Anna, hi Mark, it's Anna. Mark, oh, hey Anna. What's up? Anna, not much. I was wondering if you're free this Saturday? Mark, let me check. Yeah, Saturday should work. What did you have in mind? Anna, I was thinking we could go see that new movie at the Grand Cinema. Mark, that sounds great. What time does it start? Anna, there's a show at 7:30 p.m. We could meet for a coffee before, maybe at 6 o'clock? Mark, perfect. Let's meet at the Daily Grind Cafe opposite the cinema. Anna, okay, awesome. I'll see you then. Mark, looking forward to it. Bye. Good. You probably grasped the main idea, making plans for a movie. Now, let's hear how this sounds in real life, with all the natural speed and flow. People on the phone often speak a bit faster to keep the conversation moving. Listen for the linking words and the casual tone. Anna, hey Mark, it's Anna. Mark, oh, hey Anna. What's up? Anna, not much. Was wondering if you're free this Saturday? Mark, let me check. Yeah, Saturday's good. What did you have in mind? Anna, I was thinking we could go see that new movie at the Grand Cinema. Mark, sounds great. What time's it start? Anna, there's a show at 7:30. We could grab a coffee before, like at 6? Mark, perfect. Let's just meet at the Daily Grind, opposite the cinema. Anna, okay, awesome. See ya then. Mark, looking forward to it. Bye. Hear how much more fluid that was. I was wondering if became was wondering if, and let me check turned into let me check. These contractions are the heart of spoken English. Also, notice how Mark says what did you have in mind, instead of what did you have in mind. The reduction of did you to dia is classic. Another key point is the use of like in like at 6. It's a filler word that makes the suggestion sound softer and more informal. Here's a powerful tip for phone conversations: always confirm the details. In this talk, Anna confirms the time, 7:30, and Mark confirms the place, the Daily Grind. This prevents misunderstandings. When you're on a call, don't be afraid to repeat the time or address back to the other person. It shows you're listening and ensures you're both on the same page. Practice this dialogue by role-playing both parts. Focus on mimicking the rhythm, especially the rising intonation in questions like what time's it start. This will make your own phone skills much more natural. Now, listen to the natural version once more, and this time, try to shadow it by speaking along softly. Fantastic! You're mastering the rhythm of social English, and that confidence will shine through in every interaction. But let's be honest, even with all the practice in the world, there's one situation that can still make anyone's heart race a little: being lost in a new city and having to ask for directions. Your textbook might have a perfect map, but real life has crowded streets, noisy traffic, and friendly strangers who speak quickly. This is where your listening skills become your superpower. Today, we're going to practice a conversation that will turn that anxiety into assurance. You'll learn how to ask for help clearly and, most importantly, how to understand the rapid-fire instructions you'll get in return. Our scenario is a tourist, Luca, who is trying to find the Central Museum. He stops a local, Sarah, to ask for help. This dialogue is packed with prepositions of place, sequence words, and common phrases used in guiding someone. Listen to this first version at a slower speed. Focus on the key landmarks and the order of the directions. A crucial tip for understanding past tense conversations: focus on the time markers and the stressed verbs. Words like Saturday, morning, evening give you the framework, while the past tense verbs carry the main action. In fast speech, we often drop auxiliary verbs like did in questions when speaking informally, but the main verb remains in its base form or past tense, so your brain can still grasp the meaning. Also, practice the intonation. When Ben says it was great, his voice might rise slightly on great to show enthusiasm. Mimic that emotion when you practice. It helps with memory and makes your speech more engaging. Try shadowing this dialogue, focusing on copying the rhythm rather than perfection. Remember, fluency in storytelling is about connecting events smoothly, so practice using then, after that, and so to link your ideas. Now, listen to the natural version one more time and imagine you're telling your own story. You've got this. Excellent. You're doing incredible work, and with every conversation, you're building a stronger, more intuitive understanding of spoken English. Now, let's move into a slightly more complex but equally common area: discussing preferences and making a joint decision. This is where you move beyond simple exchanges and into the flow of a collaborative conversation. It requires understanding not just facts, but opinions, suggestions, and agreements. Think about trying to decide with a friend what movie to watch or where to eat. It's a dance of ideas, and it's a key skill for social fluency. Today, we'll practice two friends deciding on plans for the evening. This will help you recognize how people politely suggest, agree, disagree, and compromise in real time. Our conversation is between Maria and David. They need to choose a restaurant for dinner. Listen to the first version carefully. Pay attention to the language they use to make suggestions and express their preferences. Maria: So, David, any ideas for dinner tonight? I'm feeling a bit hungry. David: Me too. How about we try some Italian food? I haven't had pasta in ages. Maria: Italian sounds good, but I had pizza for lunch. Maybe something different? David: Okay, no problem. What do you think about Thai food? There's that new place near the station. Maria: Oh, I've heard that's really spicy. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for very spicy food today. David: That's fair. We could go for something simpler, like burgers? Maria: Actually, yeah, burgers sound perfect. There's that great burger shop on Main Street. David: Great idea. Let's go there. What time should we meet? Maria: Is 7:30 okay for you? David: 7:30 is perfect. See you then. Good. You can see the pattern of suggestion, counter-suggestion, and finally, agreement. Now, let's listen to how this sounds in a natural, fast-paced chat between friends. Notice how they use filler words and shorter phrases to keep the conversation moving smoothly. Maria: So, David, what do you want to do for dinner? I'm starving. David: Tell me about it. How about Italian? I haven't had pasta in ages. Maria: Italian's good, but I had pizza for lunch. Something else maybe? David: Sure, no worries. What about Thai? That new place by the station? Maria: Oh, I heard that's super spicy. Not sure I'm up for that tonight. David: Gotcha. We could just do burgers or something? Maria: Yeah, actually, burgers sound awesome. There's that great spot on Main Street. David: Sold. Let's do it. What time? Maria: 7:30 work for you? David: 7:30's good. See ya then. Hear the difference? The language is much more compact. What do you want becomes what you wanna, and I am starving becomes I'm starvin'. David uses how about instead of how about, and Maria says something else maybe, instead of maybe something different. This is the essence of informal spoken English. Also, note how David says gotcha to mean I understand, and sold, to show he enthusiastically agrees. These small words and phrases are the glue of natural conversation. A key listening tip here is to focus on the words that signal opinion and agreement. Phrases like how about, what about, maybe, and actually are your cues that a suggestion or a slight disagreement is coming. Words like sounds good, perfect, awesome, and sold signal agreement. When you train your ear to catch these signals, you can follow the conversation's direction even if you miss a few words. Practice this dialogue by playing both parts. Try to use the same intonation. When Maria says something else maybe, her voice might rise at the end, making it sound like a gentle question. This practice will make your own conversational skills much more dynamic and natural. You're not just learning words, you're learning the art of interaction. You're making fantastic progress. We've navigated social chats, phone calls, and even making plans. But now, let's tackle a scenario that can cause real anxiety, explaining a problem and seeking help. Specifically, we're going to practice a conversation you might have at a pharmacy. Whether it's a headache, a small allergy, or a minor cut, being able to describe your symptoms clearly and understand the pharmacist's advice is an invaluable skill. This dialogue will introduce you to common health-related vocabulary, but more importantly, it will train your ear to catch crucial instructions about dosage and safety, which are often spoken quickly. Listen to this first version at a clear, measured pace. Focus on how the customer describes the problem and how the pharmacist asks clarifying questions before giving recommendations. Customer, excuse me, I need some help please. Pharmacist, of course. What seems to be the problem? Customer, I have a terrible headache. I've had it since this morning, and it won't go away. Pharmacist, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you experiencing any other symptoms? Like a fever or nausea? Customer, no, just the headache. I think it might be because I didn't sleep well last night. Pharmacist, I see. Well, I can recommend this pain relief medication. It's very effective for headaches. You should take 2 tablets with a full glass of water. Customer, thank you. How often can I take it? Pharmacist, do not take more than 2 tablets every 4 hours. And make sure you rest and drink plenty of water. Customer, I will. Thank you for your help. Okay, that was very clear. You heard key phrases like terrible headache, other symptoms, and important instructions about dosage. Now, let's hear how this interaction would sound in a real pharmacy, where the speech is faster and more efficient. The customer might be feeling unwell, so their speech could be a little less formal, and the pharmacist will be professional but quick. Customer, excuse me, I need a bit of help. Pharmacist, sure, what's going on? Customer, I've got a really bad headache. Had it all morning, just won't shift. Pharmacist, oh, that's no good. Any other symptoms? Fever? Feeling sick? Customer, no, just the headache. Probably from a bad night's sleep. Pharmacist, right. Well, I'd suggest these tablets. They're good for headaches. Take 2 with a full glass of water. Customer, thanks. How often? Pharmacist, no more than 2 every 4 hours. And try to get some rest, drink lots of water. Customer, will do. Thanks a lot. Hear the natural flow? What seems to be the problem became the more casual what's going on. The customer said won't shift instead of won't go away, which is a common informal alternative. The pharmacist used I'd suggest instead of I can recommend, and the instruction do not take was phrased more conversationally as no more than 2. This is how instructions are often given in everyday English, clear but not overly formal. A critical listening tip for these situations: zero in on the numbers and time frames. Your priority is to catch 2 tablets and every 4 hours. These are the non-negotiable details. Also, notice the softening language the pharmacist uses, I'd suggest. And try to get some rest. This is polite and reassuring. Practice shadowing this conversation, paying special attention to the concerned but helpful tone of the pharmacist and the tired tone of the customer. This will help you not only understand but also reproduce the appropriate emotion in such situations. Remember, in health-related conversations, clarity is safety. Now, listen to the natural version one more time, focusing intensely on the dosage instructions. This practice isn't just about language, it's about empowerment. Incredible! You're building a powerful toolkit for everyday English, from social chats to important situations like the pharmacy. Now, let's explore another universal experience, shopping. But not just buying something, this time, we're dealing with a slight complication. You need to return an item. This conversation requires clarity, politeness, and a good understanding of common store policies. It's a fantastic way to practice stating a problem calmly and understanding the solutions offered by a customer service representative. The language here is key to being a confident consumer in an English-speaking country. Our dialogue is between a customer, Liam, and a store assistant, Sophie. Liam is returning a shirt that doesn't fit. Listen to the first version for the structure of the interaction. Notice how Liam explains the reason for the return and how Sophie guides him through the process. Liam: hello, I'd like to return this shirt, please. Sophie: certainly. Do you have the receipt with you? Liam: yes, here it is. Sophie: thank you. May I ask what the reason for the return is? Liam: it's the wrong size. It's too small for me. Sophie: I understand. Would you like to exchange it for the correct size, or would you prefer a refund? Liam: a refund would be great, thank you. Sophie: of course. That's not a problem. I'll just process this for you. It will be refunded to your original payment method. It might take a few days to appear in your account. Liam: that's fine. Thank you for your help. Sophie: you're welcome. Have a nice day. Good. That was a straightforward and polite exchange. You heard key phrases like I'd like to return this, do you have the receipt, and the options exchange or refund. Now, let's listen to how this sounds in a busy store, where the assistant might speak a little faster, using common retail shorthand. Liam: hi, I need to return this shirt, please. Sophie: sure, do you have the receipt? Liam: yep, right here. Sophie: thanks. Okay, what's the reason for the return? Liam: it's too small. Just doesn't fit. Sophie: got it. Did you want to exchange it for a different size, or just get a refund? Liam: just a refund, please. Sophie: no problem. I can do that for you right now. The money'll go back on your card, should show up in a couple of days. Liam: perfect, thanks. Sophie: you're welcome. Have a good one. Hear the natural flow? I would like became I need to, or simply I'd like is common. Certainly became sure. Sophie says did you wanna? Instead of would you like to, which is very common in spoken English. A couple of days becomes a couple of days. The information is identical, but the delivery is more efficient and casual. A crucial tip for understanding these service interactions: listen for the key nouns and verbs that define the transaction. Your brain should latch onto words like return, receipt, size, exchange, refund, card, and days. These are the pillars of the conversation. The surrounding words are important, but these keywords will give you the core meaning. Also, notice the polite but efficient intonation. Liam states his problem calmly, and Sophie uses a helpful tone. Practice this dialogue, focusing on maintaining a polite and patient tone even if you have to imagine a slight inconvenience. This will prepare you for real-life situations where staying calm and clear is the key to a smooth resolution. You're not just learning to return a shirt, you're learning to advocate for yourself politely and effectively in English. You've just handled a return like a pro, and that confidence is exactly what we're building with every practice session. But let's shift gears from solving problems to building connections. How do you answer when someone asks, "So, what do you do for fun?" For many learners, talking about hobbies can be tricky. You might know the words for your interests, but stringing them together into a smooth, natural-sounding description feels challenging. You don't want to just list activities, you want to share your passion. That's the key to moving from simple answers to real conversations. Today, we're going to practice how to talk about hobbies and interests in a way that sounds fluent and engaging. This is about adding color to your conversations and making them more memorable. Our dialogue features two coworkers, Emma and Tom, who are on their lunch break. They're getting to know each other better by talking about what they like to do in their free time. This is perfect for practicing present tense for habits, adverbs of frequency, and vocabulary for leisure activities. Listen to the first version at a slower pace. Focus on how they describe their hobbies and ask follow-up questions to keep the conversation flowing. Emma: "So, Tom, what do you usually do in your free time?" Tom: "Well, I'm really into photography. I love going out on weekends and taking pictures of the city." Emma: "Oh, that sounds interesting. What kind of camera do you use?" Tom: "I have a mirrorless camera. It's not too big, so it's easy to carry around." "How about you? What are your hobbies?" Emma: "I'm a big reader. I try to read for at least an hour every evening. It helps me relax." Tom: "What genre do you like?" Emma: "Mostly mystery novels. I love trying to solve the crime before the end of the book." Tom: "That's cool. I should read more. Do you have any recommendations?" Okay, that was a friendly and structured chat. You heard phrases like "I'm really into," "I love," and follow-up questions like "what kind of," and "how about you?" Now, let's listen to how this conversation sounds in a natural, casual setting between colleagues. The pace will be quicker, with more contractions and informal language. Emma: "So, Tom, what do you usually get up to in your free time?" Tom: "Oh, I'm really into photography. Love going out on weekends, taking pics of the city." Emma: "Oh, nice. What kind of camera do you use?" Tom: "I've got a mirrorless one. Not too big, so it's easy to carry around." "How about you? What are your hobbies?" Emma: "I'm a huge reader. Try to read for like an hour every night. Helps me unwind." Tom: "What sort of books do you like?" Emma: "Mostly mysteries. Love trying to figure out who did it before the end." Tom: "That's awesome. I should read more." Got any good recommendations? Hear the difference? What do you became what you, and taking pictures softened to talking pics. Emma says what kind of is what kinda, and Tom uses how about you, instead of how about you. Notice how I try to read becomes try to read, with I implied, and it helps me relax is more casually expressed as helps me unwind. These small changes make the dialogue flow much more naturally. A vital tip for talking about hobbies: use adverbs of frequency to sound more natural. Words like usually, often, sometimes, and always add context to your habits. For example, I usually go hiking on Sundays sounds better than just I go hiking. Also, pay attention to the intonation when expressing interest. When Emma says "oh, nice," her voice likely rises with enthusiasm, showing genuine curiosity. When you practice, mimic this energy, it makes your conversation more engaging. Try shadowing this dialogue, focusing on copying the rhythm and the linking of words. Then, think about your own hobbies and practice describing them using the same sentence structures. Remember, the goal is not to be perfect, but to be understood and to connect with others. Now, listen to the natural version one more time and imagine you're sharing your own passions. You're building the skills to have richer, more personal conversations in English. You're doing brilliantly. We've covered so much ground, from casual chats to specific situations. Now, let's step into a context that is crucial for many learners: the workplace. Even if you don't work in an English-speaking office, understanding a simple workplace conversation helps you follow scenes in movies, engage in broader discussions, and feel more confident in professional settings. Today, we'll practice a very common task: scheduling a meeting. This might sound formal, but in many modern offices, the language is quite casual and collaborative. The key is to catch the specific details: the day, the time, the place, amidst the friendly back and forth. Our conversation is between two colleagues, Rachel and Mark. Rachel needs to schedule a brief meeting with Mark to discuss a project. Listen to this first version to get comfortable with the vocabulary and the structure of the request. Rachel: hi Mark, do you have a quick minute? Mark: sure, Rachel. What's up? Rachel: I wanted to talk about the upcoming project. Would it be possible to meet sometime this week? Mark: of course. Let me check my calendar. How about Wednesday afternoon? I'm free after 2 p.m. Rachel: Wednesday at 2 p.m. works for me. Should we meet in the small conference room? Mark: the small conference room is perfect. I'll book it for us. Rachel: great. I'll send you a calendar invitation with the details. Mark: thanks, see you then. Okay, that was clear and polite. You heard key phrases like would it be possible to meet, how about, and specific terms like check my calendar and conference room. Now, let's hear how this sounds in a more fast-paced, informal office environment. The language will be more direct and efficient. Rachel: hey Mark, you got a sec? Mark: yeah, what's going on? Rachel: I wanted to chat about the new project. Think we could meet up this week? Mark: sure thing. Let me check my schedule. What about Wednesday afternoon? I'm free after 2. Rachel: Wednesday at 2's good. Wanna just meet in the small conference room? Mark: small conference room works. I'll grab it for us. Rachel: awesome. I'll send you a calendar invite. Mark: perfect. Catch you then. Hear the natural flow? Do you have a quick minute? Became the much more common you got a sec? Would it be possible change to the more direct think we could? How about became what about, and should we meet turned into the casual wanna just meet? Mark says I'll book it as I'll grab it, which is a very informal way to say you'll reserve something. These shifts are small but make a huge difference in sounding natural. A crucial listening tip for scheduling conversations: focus like a laser on the time and place prepositions. Your brain must catch Wednesday, afternoon, after 2, and in the small conference room. These are the critical details. Also, notice the intonation. When Rachel suggests wanna just meet in the small conference room, her voice might rise slightly at the end, making it a suggestion rather than a statement. Practice this dialogue by shadowing, and pay special attention to linking words like Wednesday_at 2, which often sound like one word. This is how you train your ear to catch the essential information quickly. You're not just learning to schedule a meeting, you're learning to navigate the subtle, efficient language of collaboration. After mastering the collaborative language of the workplace, it's time to focus on a conversation that impacts our well-being directly, making a doctor's appointment. I remember feeling a knot in my stomach the first time I had to call a clinic in English. What if I couldn't explain my symptoms clearly? What if I misunderstood the instructions? This fear is common, but overcoming it is incredibly empowering. Being able to navigate healthcare conversations calmly and effectively is not just about vocabulary, it's about confidence and clarity when it matters most. Today, we'll practice a phone call to schedule an appointment. This will help you master the language of dates, times, and brief symptom description, all while training your ear to catch essential details spoken efficiently by receptionists. Our dialogue is between a patient, Daniel, and a medical receptionist, Mrs. Evans. Daniel needs to see a doctor for a persistent cough. Listen to this first version at a clear pace. Focus on how Daniel states his reason for calling and how the receptionist gathers necessary information. Daniel: hello, I'd like to make an appointment with Dr. Smith, please. Receptionist: good morning. Of course. May I have your name and date of birth first? Daniel: yes, it's Daniel Brown. My date of birth is June 15, 1985. Receptionist: thank you, Mr. Brown. What is the reason for your visit today? Daniel: I've had a bad cough for about a week, and I'm feeling quite tired. Receptionist: I see. We have an available slot this Thursday at 10 a.m. Would that work for you? Daniel: Thursday at 10 a.m.? Yes, that should be fine. Receptionist: perfect. I have you down for Thursday at 10 a.m. with Dr. Smith. Please arrive 15 minutes early to complete any paperwork. Daniel: I will. Thank you very much. Receptionist: you're welcome. We'll see you then. Okay, that was structured and polite. You heard key phrases like make an appointment, reason for your visit, and important details like dates and times. Now, let's listen to how this sounds in a real-life phone call. Receptionists are often busy, so their speech might be quicker but still clear. Notice the natural flow and reductions. Daniel: hi, I need to make an appointment with Dr. Smith, please. Receptionist: good morning. Sure, what's your name and date of birth? Daniel: Daniel Brown, June 15, 1985. Receptionist: thanks, Mr. Brown. What's this regarding? Daniel: I've had this cough for a week now, and I'm really tired. Receptionist, okay. We've got an opening Thursday at 10 a.m. Work for you? Daniel, Thursday at 10? Yeah, that works. Receptionist, great, you're all set for Thursday at 10 with Drive Smith. Try to get here about 15 minutes early to fill out some forms. Daniel, will do. Thanks a lot. Receptionist, no problem. See you Thursday. Hear the difference? I would like became I need to, and may I have changed to what's your name? What is the reason was shortened to what's this regarding, which is very common. The receptionist says we've got an opening instead of we have an available slot, and work for you is a casual form of would that work for you? These changes make the conversation faster and more direct. A critical listening tip for appointment setting: prioritize numbers and specific terms. Your brain must catch the date, Thursday, time, 10 a.m., and any instructions like 15 minutes early. These are the anchors of the conversation. Also, practice recognizing questions that seek specific information. What's your name? What's your date of birth? What's this regarding? These are standard, so being ready for them reduces anxiety. When you practice, shadow the dialogue, paying close attention to the polite but efficient tone of the receptionist. This will help you respond calmly and clearly in real situations. Remember, in healthcare communication, precision is key, so confirming details like Thursday at 10 is always a good habit. You're not just learning to make an appointment, you're learning to take control of your health in English. You've just successfully navigated a healthcare call, a huge step in functional fluency. Now, let's talk about a conversation that is all about hope, ambition, and connection, discussing future plans and goals. This is where language becomes more than just practical, it becomes personal. Sharing your dreams for the future, whether it's a career change, a travel goal, or a personal project, requires a different set of tools. You need to express intentions, possibilities, and hopes. I found that when I learned to talk about my future in English, it stopped feeling like a foreign language and started feeling like my language. It's a powerful shift. Today, we'll practice a conversation between two friends discussing their goals for the next year. This is perfect for practicing future tenses, conditional structures, and vocabulary of aspiration. Our dialogue features Sophia and Leo, who are catching up over coffee. They're talking about what they want to achieve in the coming months. Listen to the first version to get comfortable with the expressions of future intention and the supportive language friends use. Sophia: so, Leo, the year is going by so quickly. Do you have any big plans for the rest of the year? Leo: actually, I do. I'm thinking about finally starting that online course in graphic design. It's something I've wanted to do for ages. Sophia: that's a fantastic idea. You've always been so creative. When are you planning to start? Leo: I'm hoping to enroll next month. It's part-time, so I can manage it with my current job. What about you? Any goals? Sophia: well, my goal is to save enough money to visit Japan next spring. I've been dreaming about it forever. Leo: wow, Japan. That sounds incredible. How are you going to make that happen? Sophia: I'm going to cut down on eating out and put aside a fixed amount every month. It will require some discipline, but I think it's possible. Leo: I'm sure you can do it. We'll have to celebrate when you book your tickets. Okay, that was motivating and clear. You heard phrases like I'm thinking about, I'm hoping to, I'm planning to, and my goal is to. Now, let's listen to how this inspiring chat really sounds between friends. The language will be more fluid and emotionally expressive. Sophia, so, Leo, this year's flying by. Got any big plans for the rest of the year? Leo, yeah, actually. I'm thinking I'm finally gonna start that online course in graphic design. Wanted to do it for ages. Sophia, that's awesome. You're so creative, it's perfect for you. When do you think you'll start? Leo, hoping to enroll next month. It's part-time, so I can juggle it with work. How about you? What's your goal? Sophia, well, I'm really trying to save up for a trip to Japan next spring. Been dreaming about it forever. Leo, Japan? No way, that's amazing. How are you gonna pull that off? Sophia, gonna cut back on takeaways and save a bit each month. Gotta be strict, but I reckon I can do it. Leo, you totally can. We'll have to go out for a drink when you book it. Hear the natural enthusiasm? I am thinking about becomes I'm thinking I'm finally gonna start. I am going to is almost always I'm gonna in informal speech. Sophia says I'm really trying to, which shows effort, and I reckon I can do it is a very natural alternative to I think it's possible. Leo's supportive phrase you totally can is more emphatic than the formal I'm sure you can do it. A vital tip for discussing the future, focus on the verbs of intention. Words and phrases like gonna, hoping to, planning to, trying to, and want to are your signals that someone is talking about a plan or a goal. The intonation is also key. Notice how Leo's voice probably rises with excitement when he says that's awesome, and how Sophia's determination comes through in gotta be strict. When you practice, put that same emotion into your voice. It makes the language come alive. Shadow this conversation, and then pause to talk about your own goals using these same sentence structures. You're learning to do more than just speak English, you're learning to share your future in English. Perfect! You're learning to articulate your dreams, which is a beautiful aspect of fluency. Now, let's explore a conversation that requires a delicate balance, giving advice. This is where we move beyond sharing our own stories and into the realm of supporting others. Knowing how to offer suggestions politely, without sounding imposing, is a subtle art in any language. In English, we often use softeners like maybe, have you thought about, or one idea could be to make advice sound collaborative rather than commanding. Today, we'll practice a conversation where one friend seeks guidance on a common challenge, improving their English skills. This will allow us to recycle some of our practice themes while focusing on the language of suggestion and encouragement. Our dialogue is between Clara, who is feeling frustrated with her progress, and her friend Noah, who offers support and ideas. Listen to the first version to hear how advice is framed in a supportive, non-intrusive way. Clara, Noah, can I ask you for some advice? I feel like my English isn't getting any better. I study, but I don't feel more fluent. Noah, I understand how you feel. It's a common plateau. What are you doing to practice right now? Clara, mostly just vocabulary apps and grammar exercises. Noah, okay. Well, one thing that really helped me was to focus more on listening. Maybe you could try listening to English podcasts every day? Clara, that's a good idea. But what if I don't understand everything? Noah, you don't have to understand every word. The goal is to get your ears used to the rhythm. Another thing you could do is try to think in English for a few minutes each day. Clara, think in English? How does that work? Noah, just simple thoughts, like I need a coffee or it's a sunny day. It helps you form connections without translating. Clara, those are really helpful suggestions. Thanks, Noah. Noah, anytime. Just remember to be patient with yourself. Okay, that was supportive and clear. You heard key advice phrases like one thing that helped me, maybe you could try, and another thing you could do. Now, let's listen to how this comforting and helpful conversation sounds in a natural, friendly tone. Clara, Noah, can I get your advice? I'm just stuck. My English doesn't seem to be improving. I study, but I'm not getting more fluent. Noah, I get that. Happens to everyone. What's your practice like now? Clara, mostly just vocab apps and some grammar stuff. Noah, right. You know, what really helped me was focusing on listening. Have you thought about trying English podcasts daily? Clara, that's a thought. But I'm worried I won't get it all. Noah, you don't need to catch every single word. It's more about getting the rhythm. Another idea, try thinking in English for a few minutes a day. Clara, think in English? How'd you mean? Noah, just little stuff, like I'm hungry or this bus is late. It helps your brain switch gears without translation. Clara, that's actually really helpful. Thanks, Noah. Noah, no worries. Just don't be too hard on yourself. Hear the natural flow? What are you doing became what's your practice like? Maybe you could try transformed into the more collaborative have you thought about trying? Noah uses you know as a filler to soften his suggestion and another idea instead of another thing you could do. The language is less structured but feels more like a genuine conversation between friends. A crucial tip for understanding advice: listen for the suggestion verbs and softeners. Words like maybe, perhaps, try, how about, and one idea are your cues that a piece of advice is coming. The intonation is also important. Noah's tone is likely calm and encouraging, not forceful. When you practice this dialogue, focus on that supportive tone. It's not just about the words, it's about the warmth behind them. Try shadowing both roles, and when you're Noah, imagine you're genuinely trying to help a friend. This will train you to both give and receive advice effectively in English, strengthening your conversational skills and your connections with others. You've just learned how to give and receive advice with grace, a skill that deepens any friendship. Now, let's tackle a listening challenge that can cause panic even for advanced learners: understanding public announcements. Whether you're in a train station, an airport, or a busy store, these announcements are often muffled, spoken quickly, and full of specific vocabulary. I can't count how many times I've strained to hear a gate number or a delay announcement, my heart pounding. But once you learn the common patterns and phrases, you can tune your ear to pick out the crucial information. This practice will make travel and navigating public spaces in English-speaking countries so much less stressful. Our scene is a bustling train station. A traveler, Elena, is waiting for her train when an announcement comes over the loudspeaker. We'll listen to it first at a slower, clearer pace. Focus on identifying the key information: the train number, the destination, the platform, and any important status updates. Announcer, attention please. This is an announcement for the 10:15 a.m. train service to Bristol Temple Meads. The 10:15 a.m. service to Bristol Temple Meads is now ready for boarding. Please proceed to platform 4. We apologize for the delay. Thank you for your patience. Okay, that was deliberately clear. You heard the time, destination, platform number, and an apology for a delay. Now, let's hear how this would realistically sound in a noisy station, with the announcer speaking much faster and with more connected speech. This is the real test of your listening skills. Announcer, attention please. Announcement for the 10:15 service to Bristol Temple Meads. The 10:15 to Bristol Temple Meads is now ready for boarding. Please make your way to platform 4. We apologize for the delay. Thank you. Hear the difference? The articulation is less precise. 10:15 a.m. becomes 10:15, and this is an announcement for is shortened to announcement for. Proceed to is replaced with the more common make your way to. The final thank you for your patience is cut to a simple thank you. The rhythm is also very different, with words blending together in a stream of sound. A vital tip for decoding announcements: don't try to understand every word. Your goal is to catch the keywords. Train your brain to listen for the numbers, like 10:15 and platform 4, and the destination, Bristol Temple Meads. These are the anchors. The rest of the words are often formulaic, like attention please, ready for boarding, and apologize for the delay. Once you know these standard phrases, you can filter out the noise and focus on the changing details. Another trick is to listen for the stress. The most important words are stressed: boarding, platform 4, delay. Let your ear be drawn to those emphasized syllables. Practice this announcement several times, and try to write down just the key facts: time, destination, platform, status. This trains you for the real world, where you often only get one chance to hear it. You're not just listening, you're learning to filter essential information from the background noise of real life. And here we are. You've just successfully decoded a complex public announcement, a true sign of a developing and confident ear. Think back to that very first conversation, the simple act of ordering a coffee. Now, you're navigating train stations, understanding advice, discussing future dreams, and handling appointments. Look at how far you've come. This journey we've been on together wasn't just about learning to hear English, it was about learning to think in it, to anticipate its rhythms, and to feel its flow. You have trained your brain to move from isolated words to meaningful chunks of language, and that is the fundamental shift towards fluency. I want you to take a moment and appreciate this progress. Every conversation you practiced, every reduction you mastered, every time you shadowed a speaker, you were building a new neural pathway. You were quite literally rewiring your brain for English. The hesitation you might have felt at the beginning should now be replaced with a growing sense of confidence. You have the tools. You understand the methodology: active listening, repetition, and focused breakdowns. This isn't the end of your practice, this is the beginning of your independence. You now know how to practice effectively. So, what's next? Keep listening. Every day. Find podcasts on topics you love, watch movies with English subtitles, then without them, listen to music and try to decipher the lyrics. The world is full of authentic English content, and you are now equipped to use it as your personal classroom. The goal was never perfection, it was progress. And you have made so much of it. Thank you for allowing me to guide you on this part of your language learning adventure. Remember, fluency is a path, not a destination. You are walking it beautifully. Keep going, keep listening, and keep surprising yourself with what you can understand. You've got this.